Tonight we will go back, far before fireworks in quiet Shire skies, before whispered plans in Rivendell, before shadows lengthened across Middle-earth. We will travel to a time before time was measured by sun or moon. To understand Gandalf, we must begin not with an old man in gray robes, but with a being who existed before the shaping of the world itself. Let your breathing slow, and let us begin at the beginning, before the world had shape. Long before Middle-earth existed, before seas were poured into their basins and mountains were raised, there was only the thought of Eru, Ilúvatar, the One. From his thought came the Ainur, holy spirits, vast in power, each reflecting a different aspect of the Creator's mind. Among these spirits was one who would one day be known as Gandalf. His true name in that earliest age was Olorin. He was not the mightiest of the Ainur. He was not among those who shaped mountains with thunder or commanded seas with storm. His nature was quieter. He was associated with wisdom, pity, dreams, and subtle encouragement. Even in that earliest existence, he was drawn not to domination, but to understanding. In the music of the Ainur, the great symphony through which the world was first imagined, Olorin sang softly, not weakly, but gently. His themes were not forceful crescendos, but threads of reflection woven through greater movements. Where others projected power, he offered harmony. This matters, because from the very beginning, his identity was not built on strength, but on insight. And insight often grows in those who listen more than they speak. The music and the first discord. During the great music that shaped the blueprint of the world, another Ainu rose in pride, Melkor, mightiest among them. His desire was not harmony, but control. He introduced discord into the music, bending themes toward himself. Olorin witnessed this. Imagine, if you will, existing in a realm of pure intention and thought, where creation is music, and hearing for the first time something dissonant, something born not of shared vision, but of ego. For a spirit aligned with harmony and understanding, this moment would have been formative. Olorin did not attempt to overpower Melkor. That was not his nature, but he observed, he learned, he saw how pride could distort even divine creativity, and he saw how Ilúvatar responded, not with destruction, but with deeper, more complex harmony that incorporated and overcame the discord. This became a foundational belief in Olorin's psyche. Evil does not always need to be crushed by force. It can sometimes be outlasted by wisdom and patience. From this earliest experience, a seed was planted, a belief that subtle resistance can be stronger than open confrontation. Dwelling in the timeless halls. After the music, the world was set into being. Some of the Ainur chose to enter it, to shape and guide its development. These became known as the Valar and the Maiar. Olorin was of the Maiar, spirits of lesser degree than the Valar, yet still immense beyond mortal comprehension. He became associated especially with Irmo, known also as Lorien, the master of visions and dreams. In the gardens of Lorien within Valinor, Olorin learned the arts of quiet inspiration. He walked among dreams. He studied hope. Unlike many other spirits who were drawn to physical shaping of land or direct governance, Olorin preferred observation and influence through thought. He learned how fragile minds, elves newly awakened, later men, could be guided gently rather than commanded. This environment shaped him profoundly. In Lorien, he witnessed how fear and despair take root in hearts. He learned how small encouragements could alter destinies. He saw that even the smallest spirit, if strengthened by courage, could change the course of history. This belief would define him later, but at this stage it was still forming. The first sight of the children. When the children of Iluvatar, elves and later men, awoke in Middle-earth, the Valar observed them from afar. Some Maiar took direct roles in shaping the world around them. Olorin did not immediately descend among them in visible form. Instead, he watched. He was curious. The children were unlike the Ainur. They were limited. They were vulnerable. They did not remember the music as clearly. They were capable of doubt. For a being accustomed to clarity of thought and purpose, this must have been astonishing. Yet Olorin did not recoil from their frailty. He was drawn to it. He learned compassion not as abstract virtue, but as necessary response to limitation. He saw how fear could dominate mortals. He saw how power, when placed in fragile hands, could easily corrupt. He began to understand something critical. True guidance would require humility. If one were too radiant, too powerful, mortals would either worship or fear, and both responses would hinder growth. This realization shaped his reluctance in later ages to reveal his full power. But even now, in the earliest stages, the idea was taking root. Influence must be subtle to be effective. Learning through restraint. Other Maiar chose more direct paths. Some, like Sauron, then known as Myron, aligned themselves with Melkor, seeking order through domination. Olorin watched this too. Myron had once been noble, skilled in craftsmanship and organization, but he was drawn to the clarity of control. Disorder unsettled him. He sought perfection through enforcement. Olorin saw how easily good intention could become tyranny. This was another formative lesson. He did not hate Myron. He observed him. He learned from the transformation. He saw that the desire to impose order without empathy leads to cruelty. From this, Olorin developed a quiet distrust of absolute power, even his own. He would later refuse the ring, not merely because it was dangerous, but because he understood the psychology of control. He had witnessed it in primordial times. But that understanding was born here, in the observation of a fellow spirit's fall. The long watching throughout the ages of the trees. As Valinor flourished in light, Olorin continued to dwell mostly in contemplation. He walked in dreams. He whispered hope into elven hearts during times of uncertainty. He did not seek recognition. This is important. Many powerful beings derive identity from visible achievement. Olorin's identity was shaped in obscurity. He was content to influence quietly. Psychologically, this built resilience. A being who does not require praise cannot easily be manipulated by it. A spirit accustomed to unseen labor is less tempted by glory. This inner orientation toward humility was not weakness, it was deliberate alignment with a specific form of strength. He understood that lasting change often begins invisibly. The shadow of Melkor. When Melkor destroyed the two trees of Valinor and fled to Middle-earth, plunging the world into deeper conflict, the Ainur were forced into greater confrontation. The world was no longer theoretical. Discord had become tangible. Olorin saw suffering on a scale far beyond philosophical disagreement. He saw exile, betrayal, pride, and grief among the elves. He witnessed how fear could harden into vengeance. He was particularly attentive to how trauma reshaped identity. The elves who left Valinor carried with them not only ambition, but wounds. Pride mixed with sorrow, hope mixed with anger. Olorin observed that suffering does not automatically ennoble, it can also distort. This understanding deepened his empathy, but also sharpened his caution. He recognized that guidance must account for pain. One cannot simply demand virtue from those who are wounded. Compassion, he learned, must be active. A spirit who feared Sauron. By the time of the Third Age, long after the defeat of Melkor, Sauron had risen as a new shadow. It was then that the Valar decided to send emissaries, Maiar in the form of old men, to guide the peoples of Middle-earth against this growing darkness. Olorin was chosen, but he hesitated. This hesitation is revealing. He did not doubt the need for action. He doubted himself. He feared Sauron, not because he lacked power, but because he understood the seductive nature of domination. He knew that confronting such a force might require authority, and authority, mishandled, becomes tyranny. He feared that in attempting to oppose Sauron, he might become something like him. This self-awareness is perhaps the most defining psychological trait of Gandalf's origin. He was not fearless. He was cautious of his own potential for corruption. The Vala Manwe reassured him. The Vala Varda strengthened him. They recognized that his humility was precisely why he was suited to the task. Thus, Olorin accepted, and in accepting, he chose limitation. The decision to be bound. When Olorin came to Middle-earth in the Third Age, he did not arrive in glory. He was clothed in the body of an aged man. He would hunger, he would tire, he would feel doubt. This was intentional. The Istari were forbidden from matching Sauron in raw display of power. They were to guide, not dominate. For Olorin, this was not a burden. It aligned with everything he had learned since the music. He chose the name Gandalf among men. He embraced weakness as a strategy. He understood that mortals grow stronger when they act from their own courage. If he solved every problem with divine might, they would remain dependent. This was the culmination of his formative philosophy: strength through empowerment, resistance through encouragement, victory through endurance. The psychology of the Grey Pilgrim. Before ever setting foot in the Shire, before councils and quests, Gandalf had already become who he was. His origins shaped him into a being who distrusted domination, valued small acts of courage, understood trauma and pride, preferred subtle influence, feared his own potential for corruption, believed that hope must be nurtured, not enforced. He was not formed in battlefields. He was formed in observation. He was not shaped by triumph. He was shaped by restraint. And perhaps that is why, when faced with the smallest of peoples, hobbits, he recognized their strength. Others overlooked them. Gandalf did not. He had spent ages studying the overlooked. The weight of voluntary limitation. When Olorin became one of the Istari, he did not simply change garments, he accepted embodiment. For a being of pure spirit, embodiment is not trivial. It means time becomes linear. Memory is no longer immediate and total. Strength must be rationed. Physical sensation, hunger, weariness, cold becomes real. This was not punishment, it was discipline. The Valar understood something subtle. If the Astari retained full awareness of their former majesty, they might unconsciously dominate those they were meant to guide. To prevent this, their memories were veiled, not erased, but softened. They would remember in fragments, in intuitions, in deep-seated wisdom, rather than constant clarity. Psychologically, this shaped Gandalf profoundly. He did not walk Middle-earth with the confidence of a fully self-aware divine spirit. He walked it with humility, reinforced by partial forgetting. He experienced doubt not as performance, but as lived reality. This created empathy at a new level. He was no longer merely observing fragility from afar, he inhabited it. And so the quiet watcher of Valinor became the wandering pilgrim of Middle-earth. Arrival in the Third Age. The Astari arrived around the year 1000 of the Third Age. They did not land as conquerors. They came quietly, appearing as aged men. Among them were Curumo, later called Saruman, Iowendil, known as Radagast, and two others who journeyed east. Olorin arrived last. Círdan the shipwright, ancient and perceptive, saw something in him that others did not immediately recognize. He perceived not merely power, but compassion. Before Gandalf had proven himself in any public way, Círdan entrusted him with Narya, one of the 3 elven rings. This gesture was formative. Narya was the ring of fire, not a weapon, but a source of inspiration. Its power lay in rekindling hearts in times of weariness. Círdan sensed that Olorin would need such a gift, not for domination, but for endurance. From the beginning of his embodied life, Gandalf's role was defined not by command, but by encouragement. Receiving Narya confirmed something deep within him. His strength would be measured by the courage he could awaken in others. Early wanderings and listening. In his first centuries in Middle-earth, Gandalf did not establish a tower or seek political office. He wandered. He visited Lindon, Rivendell, and later the settlements of men. He listened more than he spoke. This phase of his development is often passed over quickly in chronicles, but psychologically it was essential. The world he had observed from afar was now immediate. He felt its cold winds. He heard its ordinary conversations. He saw the fatigue in human eyes after harvest seasons, the tension in elven councils, the pride in Númenórean descended lords. He did not intervene hastily. He studied cultures. He watched how fear moved through communities. He saw how rumor could spread faster than truth. He recognized that despair often grows quietly beneath formal structures. This reinforced his belief that small interventions, private counsel, timely warnings, encouragement to unlikely individuals could alter outcomes more effectively than grand proclamations. His identity as the Grey was not merely aesthetic. It symbolized his position between extremes, between light and shadow, between elves and men, between memory and change. He did not seek to stand above the world.
Observing Saruman among the Astari, Saruman was appointed head of their order. He was powerful, knowledgeable, and initially sincere in his mission. Gandalf respected him. Yet from the beginning, Gandalf's formation inclined him toward caution. He observed how Saruman valued lore, especially lore concerning rings and power. He saw the subtle shift from study to fixation. For Gandalf, this was a familiar pattern. He had seen Melkor's pride in the music. He had seen Sauron's transformation from Order Seeker to Tyrant. He recognized in Saruman a similar intellectual hunger for mastery. At this early stage, Saruman had not fallen, but Gandalf's sensitivity to the psychology of domination allowed him to perceive risk before it was visible to others. Importantly, he did not confront Saruman aggressively. That was not yet warranted. Instead, he remained vigilant. This restraint demonstrates how his primordial lessons continued to shape him. He understood that open accusation without necessity could create the very conflict it sought to prevent. He chose patience. A growing concern for the North. In the early centuries of the Third Age, shadows were gathering again in Mirkwood. A dark presence, later known as the Necromancer, had established itself in Dal Guldur. Many suspected Sauron, but certainty was elusive. Gandalf felt unease long before proof emerged. This instinct was not born of paranoia, it was born of memory. He had witnessed how evil rarely announces itself loudly at first. It consolidates quietly. It tests boundaries. It thrives where vigilance fades. His early environment, particularly the witnessing of Melkor's gradual corruption of the music, had taught him that discord often begins subtly. Thus, he advocated investigation. He entered Dal Guldur in disguise, risking capture. This act, though occurring well before the War of the Ring, reflects the culmination of his formative psychology. He did not storm the fortress with force. He sought knowledge first. When he confirmed that the Necromancer was indeed Sauron returned, his response was measured. He convened the White Council rather than acting alone. This reveals another foundational trait. Gandalf distrusted unilateral power, even his own. He preferred shared deliberation. The Hobbits, a quiet revelation. One of the most significant formative discoveries in Gandalf's early embodied life was his affection for hobbits. At first glance, hobbits were insignificant in the eyes of the powerful. They avoided large affairs. They valued comfort over conquest. But Gandalf saw something else. He saw resilience without ambition. He saw humility without servility. He saw courage that emerged not from pride, but from loyalty. These qualities resonated deeply with the spirit Olorin had always been. From his earliest existence, he had valued the overlooked. In Valinor, he had walked among dreams rather than thrones. In Middle-earth, he recognized that the strength needed to resist domination might not reside in kings. Psychologically, this discovery confirmed his belief that greatness often hides in small forms. His visits to the Shire were not idle amusements. They were careful cultivation of hope in unlikely soil. He was shaping his own strategy through observation. If darkness thrived on pride and control, then perhaps humility and simplicity were their natural counterweights. The formation of identity. Gandalf the Grey. Over centuries, the name Gandalf became known across lands. To some, he was a meddler.
To others, a counselor. To many, a mystery. But beneath these perceptions, his identity remained consistent. He was not building an empire. He was not gathering armies. He was not seeking worship. His early life among the Ainur had taught him that authority without empathy leads to ruin. His experience of embodiment had taught him that vulnerability fosters understanding.
His observation of corruption had taught him to guard his own motives carefully. He accepted being misunderstood. This is significant. Many leaders seek clarity of reputation. Gandalf tolerated ambiguity because his purpose was not reputation, but preservation of freedom. This psychological orientation toward mission rather than image was cemented in his formative centuries. The burden of long memory. Although his memory of Valinor was veiled, it was not gone. He carried within him an ancient perspective. He remembered the music in fragments. He remembered light before the sun. He remembered Melkor's discord. This long memory shaped his patience. Mortals often measure time in decades. Gandalf measured in ages. He knew that despair that feels absolute in one generation may be temporary in a longer arc. But this long memory also carried weight. He had seen repeated cycles of pride and fall. He understood that evil rarely disappears permanently. It retreats, it reconfigures, it waits. This knowledge could have led to cynicism. Instead, it led to vigilance paired with hope. Why hope? Because he had also witnessed Ilúvatar's response to discord, transforming it into deeper harmony. That primordial lesson continued to anchor him. He believed that even when darkness rises, it does not have final authority. A spirit tempered by ages. By the time events would unfold that later generations recount most vividly, Gandalf had already been shaped for millennia. His origins were not defined by a single trauma or dramatic loss. They were defined by accumulation of observation, restraint, humility, and deliberate limitation. He was shaped by the first discord in the music, the fall of Melkor, the transformation of Mairon into Sauron, the exile and pride of the elves, the fragility of men, the subtle resilience of hobbits, the temptation of authority seen in Saruman, the slow return of shadow in Dol Guldur. Each experience layered understanding upon understanding. He was not reactive, he was reflective, learning to endure weariness. Embodiment brought something Olorin had never fully known before: fatigue. The body he wore as Gandalf was deliberately aged. His form was not that of a warrior in his prime. His back bent, his hair whitened, his step at times seemed slow. This was not illusion alone. The weariness was real. Over decades and centuries, he felt the weight of roads walked, of councils attended, of warnings ignored. He felt the frustration of limited influence. He could not compel kings. He could not reveal all that he knew. For a being once capable of perceiving the full harmony of creation, such limits might have felt constraining, yet he accepted them. This acceptance was not passive resignation, it was discipline. In the timeless halls, Olorin had learned patience. In Lorien, he had learned subtle influence. Now he learned endurance. Psychologically, endurance reshapes ambition. It teaches one to measure success not by immediate transformation, but by incremental preservation. Gandalf's early centuries were not marked by visible victories. They were marked by prevention of alliances with darkness, of reckless decisions, of despair spreading unchecked. Prevention rarely earns praise, but it is the labor of those who think in centuries. The discipline of silence. Another formative trait deepened during these years: restraint in speech. Gandalf knew more than he revealed. He carried knowledge of Sauron's nature, of ancient histories, of patterns that others could not yet see. But he did not overwhelm those around him with revelation. He learned to speak according to readiness. This discipline had roots in his earliest existence. In the music of the Ainur, he had seen how overpowering themes could drown subtler harmonies. In Middle-earth, he saw that truth given too abruptly could produce fear rather than wisdom. So he learned to hint rather than declare. He would ask questions rather than dictate answers. He would plant suspicion gently where complacency had taken root. This approach required trust that others could grow into understanding if given space. It also required humility. He did not position himself as ultimate authority. Even in councils, he argued rather than commanded. Such restraint was not weakness, it was an intentional resistance to the psychology of domination. The study of fear. During his wanderings, Gandalf encountered many forms of fear. He saw fear among elves, fear of fading, of loss, of the diminishing of their realms. He saw fear among men, fear of death, of obscurity, of power slipping away. He saw fear in dwarven pride, fear masked as stubbornness. Fear, he understood, was often the doorway through which darkness entered. This insight was not abstract, it was experiential. He had witnessed Melkor's discord grow from insecurity and desire for recognition. He had seen Sauron's obsession with order emerge from discomfort with unpredictability. Thus, Gandalf did not treat fear merely as weakness, he treated it as a pivotal psychological crossroads. When encountering fearful rulers, he did not shame them. He attempted to reframe their fear into vigilance without panic. When meeting ordinary folk troubled by rumors of shadow, he offered steadiness rather than denial. He recognized that fear suppressed becomes desperation, and desperation seeks control. By helping others endure fear without surrendering to it, he was quietly countering the very foundation of tyranny. Relationship with the elves, a mirror of memory. Among the elves, Gandalf found companions who remembered the ancient world more clearly than men. Elrond of Rivendell and Galadriel of Lothlorien carried memories reaching back to the First Age. With them, Gandalf could speak more openly about the nature of Sauron, about the patterns of history. Galadriel, in particular, perceived much in him. She saw the depth beneath the gray robes. She recognized Olorin's origin more fully than most. In time, she would even suggest that he lead the White Council. This recognition was significant. To be known deeply is rare. For Gandalf, who had spent ages in quiet influence, such recognition might have been both comforting and sobering. It affirmed his path, yet it also reminded him of the weight of expectation. He did not accept leadership of the council when first offered. His refusal was not timidity, it was consistent with his formative fear of domination. He did not wish to stand above peers as supreme authority. He preferred persuasion to hierarchy. Even in recognition, he chose humility. Watching Númenórean legacy. The kingdoms of men carried within them the legacy of Númenor, once great, once corrupted by pride and fear of death. Gandalf studied this legacy carefully. The fall of Númenor had occurred long before his arrival in embodied form, yet its psychological lessons were clear. A people gifted with long life and knowledge had become consumed by fear of mortality. In seeking to escape death, they had attempted to seize immortality by force. Sauron had manipulated that fear masterfully. Gandalf understood that men would always struggle with mortality in ways elves did not. This struggle could be ennobling, producing urgency, courage, creativity, or it could be destructive, producing envy and tyranny. His guidance among men often focused not on grand strategy, but on perspective. He sought to remind them of what was worth preserving rather than what could be conquered. He believed that accepting limitation was strength. This belief, rooted in his own voluntary limitation, allowed him to empathize with mortal anxiety without surrendering to it. The growing shadow in Mirkwood. As centuries passed, the shadow in Mirkwood deepened. Gandalf's unease matured into conviction. He suspected that Sauron was not merely a distant threat, but actively rebuilding strength. When he entered Dol Guldur and confirmed the necromancer's identity, he faced a moment of internal reckoning. The fear he had expressed before coming to Middle-earth, fear of Sauron, returned. Yet this fear did not paralyze him, it clarified him. He did not seek to confront Sauron alone in dramatic display. He gathered allies, he presented evidence, he pressed the White Council to act. This demonstrated the maturity of his formation. He had moved from observer to advocate, still cautious, still restrained, but now decisive when necessary. His early hesitation before coming to Middle-earth had evolved into informed courage. The nature of his authority. By this time, Gandalf had become widely respected, yet his authority remained unconventional. He had no kingdom, no fortress, no army pledged exclusively to him. His authority derived from trust earned through consistency, through appearing when needed, through warnings that proved accurate, through counsel that preserved rather than exploited. This form of authority is fragile. It depends entirely on character, and Gandalf's character had been forged long before any mortal knew his name. Because he had rejected domination at the very beginning, when witnessing Melkor's discord, he never sought to consolidate power around himself. Because he had accepted limitation in becoming an Istar, he did not resent his constraints. Because he had studied fear rather than despised it, he could navigate it gently in others. Thus, his authority was moral rather than structural, and moral authority, once established, becomes enduring. A spirit anchored in hope. It would be incomplete to speak of Gandalf's origins without emphasizing hope. Hope was not naive optimism. It was a theological conviction rooted in the first music. He had witnessed Ilúvatar incorporate discord into deeper harmony. He had seen destruction give rise to unexpected renewal. This perspective allowed him to endure setbacks without despair. When councils delayed action, he did not abandon them. When rulers dismissed his warnings, he returned later. When shadows lengthened, he continued walking. Hope for Gandalf was disciplined expectation that light could re-emerge, not because darkness was weak, but because creation itself had been founded on harmony stronger than discord.
This belief sustained him through centuries of apparent stagnation. It shaped his patience, it tempered his fear, it guided his counsel. The education of sorrow. When Olorin dwelt in the timeless halls, sorrow was understood as a concept within the music. Discord had meaning, but it did not wound him personally. In Middle-earth, sorrow became immediate. He saw cities decline. He saw noble lineages thin. He saw forests shrink and creatures grow fewer. Time, which once flowed like a vast and unified vision, now revealed loss in sequence. This was perhaps the most profound psychological transformation of his early embodied centuries. He experienced history not as a completed design, but as unfolding uncertainty. With uncertainty comes vulnerability. He could no longer see how every discordant note would resolve. He had faith that it would, but faith differs from sight. This required trust, and trust is most meaningful when certainty is absent. Thus, sorrow did not make him bitter, it made him gentler. Those who have suffered without surrendering often become careful with the hearts of others. Gandalf's counsel in later years carried a softness born not of weakness, but of endured grief. He knew what it meant to watch something fade and still continue. The shaping power of long roads. Gandalf's wanderings were not aimless. They were formative exercises in attention. He traveled through Arnor's ruins and saw how kingdoms once mighty could become forgotten stones beneath grass. He passed through small villages where ordinary lives persisted despite rumors of distant threats. He visited dwarven halls carved in patient endurance. Every place offered a lesson. In ruined Arnor, he saw the consequence of division and internal strife. Pride had weakened the kingdom long before external forces destroyed it. This reinforced his understanding that decay often begins inwardly. In humble settlements of men, he saw resilience without grandeur. This confirmed his belief that survival does not always require splendor. In dwarven halls, he observed fierce loyalty paired with deep suspicion. He learned that pride can protect as well as isolate. These observations enriched his psychological insight. He became less inclined to judge quickly. He recognized that each culture's strengths carried shadows and each weakness carried hidden resilience. This complexity strengthened his patience. The quiet formation of courage. When Gandalf hesitated before coming to Middle-earth, he did so from fear of Sauron. That fear did not vanish upon arrival. It matured. There is a difference between fear avoided and fear integrated. Integrated fear becomes vigilance. Over time, Gandalf learned to stand near the edges of shadow without allowing it to dominate his imagination. He did not deny danger. He studied it. He confronted it when necessary, but he did not allow it to define his identity. This is a subtle but essential distinction. Some who fight darkness become shaped by it, mirroring its aggression or severity. Gandalf resisted this transformation. His courage was not loud, it was steady. He did not seek confrontation for its own sake. He sought preservation of balance. Thus, his courage became disciplined rather than impulsive. The influence of Narya. Círdan's gift of Narya was not merely symbolic. The ring of fire strengthened hearts against despair. But its power was not theatrical. It did not blaze visibly in battle. It worked inwardly, rekindling courage. Gandalf rarely revealed that he bore it. He did not rely upon it as crutch or shield. Rather, it aligned with his existing nature. Psychologically, the ring functioned almost as affirmation. It reminded him of his purpose, to ignite hope rather than command obedience. One might imagine that over centuries, as fatigue accumulated and victories seemed distant, Narya's quiet influence helped sustain his own spirit as well. Even the one who rekindles others must guard against inner weariness. But the ring did not change his character. It amplified what was already present. His formation had prepared him for it. His relationship with time. Mortals experience time as scarce. Elves experience it as long but finite within the world. Gandalf, as a Maya embodied, existed somewhere between. He knew time extended beyond the circles of the world, yet he felt its passing keenly in embodied form. This dual awareness shaped his approach to urgency. He did not rush into rash action because he understood that panic breeds error. Yet he did not delay indefinitely when action was required because he recognized that opportunities close. He developed a refined sense of timing. This sense was not mystical intuition alone. It was cultivated through observation across centuries. He learned when patience served growth and when delay invited danger. Such discernment cannot be taught quickly. It must be lived. Trust and solitude. Despite his wide travels and many alliances, Gandalf's path was often solitary. He was welcomed in Rivendell, respected in Lothlorien, known in Minas Tirith, yet he did not permanently belong to any single realm. Solitude shaped him as surely as companionship. In solitude, he reflected. He revisited old conversations. He reconsidered decisions. He examined his motives carefully, guarding against pride. This introspection protected him. Many powerful beings fall not because they lack intelligence, but because they stop examining themselves. Gandalf never ceased self-examination. His early fear of becoming like Sauron remained as a quiet internal sentinel. When offered influence, he asked himself whether it would serve freedom or threaten it. When praised, he measured whether praise altered his intention. Such habits, practiced over centuries, forged moral resilience. The quiet recognition of hobbits revisited. His continued visits to the Shire deepened his understanding of hobbits. He noticed how they valued continuity over conquest. He observed their suspicion of grand affairs. He saw how community bonds provided stability against external anxiety. This reinforced a realization: strength does not always appear in dramatic forms. He began to sense, though perhaps not fully articulated, that the preservation of Middle-earth might depend less on kings and more on those who did not seek power at all. This intuition did not emerge in a single revelation. It grew gradually. Each conversation in a hobbit hole, each shared meal, each quiet evening beneath Shire stars contributed to it. These moments grounded him. After centuries of confronting shadow, the Shire reminded him what was worth protecting. Psychologically, such grounding prevents abstraction. He did not fight for balance as concept alone. He fought for gardens, laughter, songs, and ordinary peace. This clarity anchored his resolve. The maturing of judgment. As the White Council debated how to address the shadow in Dol Guldur, Gandalf's voice grew firmer. He had accumulated enough observation to trust his instincts, yet even in firmness, he remained measured. He did not demand blind agreement. He argued patiently. He respected dissent, but he did not abandon conviction when others hesitated. This balance between openness and resolve marks the completion of formative growth. He was no longer merely cautious Aloran of the timeless halls. He was Gandalf the Grey, embodied wisdom shaped by ages of reflection and experience. His humility remained, his vigilance remained, but his confidence in discernment had strengthened. The core that remained unchanged through all transformation, from spirit to embodied wizard, one core element remained constant.
he valued freedom of will. From witnessing Melkor's coercion in the music to observing Sauron's tyranny in Middle-earth, he had seen how domination fractures harmony. Thus, he refused to dominate even for good ends. He would guide, warn, encourage, and inspire, but he would not compel. This principle defined his origin more than any single event. It was not dramatic, it was deliberate, and it endured. The conscious rejection of power. In the early centuries of the Third Age, as the White Council began to take shape, Saruman's authority solidified. He was learned, commanding, and persuasive. Many deferred to him naturally. Gandalf did not compete. This restraint was not accidental. It was a deliberate echo of his earliest memories. He had seen Melkor desire primacy among the Ainur. He had seen Sauron admire order so intensely that he sought to impose it upon all. He had witnessed Numenor attempt to seize immortality rather than accept limitation. Each of these catastrophes began with a similar internal movement, the belief that one's own vision must prevail above all others. Gandalf guarded himself against that movement with constant vigilance. When Galadriel privately suggested that he should lead the White Council instead of Saruman, he declined, not because he lacked ability, but because he understood the danger of stepping eagerly into supreme authority. His refusal was formative. It reaffirmed his chosen identity, guide, not ruler. This act, quiet and almost invisible in the grand chronology of the age, reveals a completed self-awareness. He knew his strengths and he knew the temptations attached to them. Self-knowledge, once integrated, becomes protection. Patience as strategy. The shadow in Dol Guldur did not erupt overnight. It thickened slowly. Many urged caution. Some argued that direct confrontation might strengthen the enemy prematurely. Others preferred denial. Gandalf navigated these debates without haste. He had learned across ages that premature action can be as destructive as delayed action. His study of time had matured into something almost instinctive. He sensed when preparation had ripened into necessity. This patience did not mean inaction. While councils debated, he continued traveling, he continued observing, he continued cultivating relationships that might later prove crucial. In this way, patience became strategy rather than passivity. He was preparing soil long before seeds were planted. Psychologically, this reveals a rare trait. He did not require visible progress to remain committed. He could labor invisibly, trusting that influence would bear fruit later. Such endurance can only exist in one who has made peace with anonymity.
The slow understanding of mortality. Over centuries of walking among men, Gandalf's understanding of mortality deepened. At first, death might have appeared as a natural but distant phenomenon. But as friendships formed and generations passed, mortality became personal. He saw young rulers grow old. He saw children he had once advised become grandparents and then memories. He attended funerals. He comforted the grieving. Each loss added weight. Yet instead of hardening him, mortality refined his compassion. He came to see that the brevity of human life was not merely vulnerability, it was intensity. Mortals often acted decisively because time pressed them. They loved fiercely because they knew they could lose. This insight prevented him from dismissing men as fragile. He saw their potential for extraordinary courage precisely because they were finite. This understanding later shaped how he entrusted responsibility, not only to elves or the wise, but to those who might seem small in years. The seed of that trust was planted here in centuries of witnessing human passage. The education of trust. Trust does not emerge from optimism alone. It emerges from tested reliability. Over time, Gandalf learned whom he could rely upon and in what ways. He saw that even the wise have blind spots. He saw that even the humble can falter. This did not make him cynical, it made him discerning. He trusted Elrond's counsel in matters of ancient lore. He trusted Galadriel's insight into hearts. He respected the endurance of dwarves, though he remained aware of their pride. He also learned to trust his own perception, slowly and carefully. In his earliest hesitation before coming to Middle-earth, he had doubted his capacity. Now, centuries later, he had accumulated evidence of his judgment. This did not remove humility, it strengthened steadiness. Confidence grounded in experience differs from arrogance born of assumption. Gandalf's confidence grew quietly, layer by layer. The memory of the music. Though veiled by embodiment, fragments of the original music never left him. At times, when looking upon forests stirred by wind or hearing voices raised in song, he would sense faint echoes of that first harmony. These moments did not overwhelm him with nostalgia. Instead, they renewed his perspective. He remembered that discord had been woven into deeper patterns before. He remembered that even Melkor's rebellion had not overturned the ultimate design. This memory did not guarantee victory in any specific struggle, but it sustained his inner balance. Hope for Gandalf was not wishful thinking, it was memory. Memory of a greater harmony that had once encompassed even rebellion. This theological foundation undergirded all his later courage. Without it, his patience might have become resignation. With it, his patience remained active. The completion of Gandalf the Grey. By the time Sauron openly declared himself in Mordor, Gandalf's formation was complete. Not because he had learned everything, but because the core of his identity had stabilized beyond corruption. He had faced the temptation of authority, the fatigue of long labor, the sorrow of loss, the frustration of ignored counsel, the resurgence of ancient evil, the slow decay of once great realms. And through all of this, he had not shifted toward domination. He had not hardened into bitterness. He remained engaged. Engagement without control, concern without possessiveness, authority without coercion. That is the rarest combination. A quiet reflection on formation. When we imagine Gandalf, many remember flashes of light, sharp rebukes, dramatic confrontations, but those moments were expressions of a character formed long before. His true origin lies not in spectacle, but in discipline. A discipline born in the first awareness of discord, refined in gardens of contemplation, tested through embodied vulnerability, strengthened by long roads and quiet conversations, confirmed by refusing leadership when it threatened pride, anchored in hope that preceded the world itself. He did not become Gandalf through a single trial. He became Gandalf by choosing again and again who he would not become. And in that refusal to dominate, to despair, to command unwilling hearts, his identity solidified. The hidden conflict, power without dominion. Before he was known as Gandalf, he existed as Olorin, one of the Maiar, immortal spirits who came into being before the shaping of the physical world. Among his kind, he was not the most radiant, nor the most forceful. He was not a warrior spirit like Eonwe, nor a craftsman of terrible power. He was something quieter. He walked unseen among the children of Ilúvatar in their earliest days, observing them not as subjects, but as fragile wonders. Even then, he was drawn not to command, but to encourage. His instinct was never to dominate. And yet, paradoxically, he was sent into Middle-earth precisely because of power, because darkness was rising and strength would be required. Here lies the first fracture in his identity. Gandalf is a being of immense latent force. His true nature is not mortal. His spirit predates kingdoms, and still, when the Valar chose emissaries to oppose Sauron, Olorin hesitated. He feared Sauron, not simply because Sauron was powerful, but because Sauron represented a path Gandalf himself might have walked. Sauron too was once a Maia, once a servant of order, once devoted to structure and improvement. But in the desire to perfect the world, Sauron embraced control. He confused guidance with domination. Olorin knew that temptation. He understood how easy it would be to bend others for their own good, to override fragile wills, to take shortcuts toward victory. So when he expressed fear of Sauron, it was not cowardice, it was self-awareness. He feared the corruption of purpose, and perhaps, quietly, he feared himself. The fear of failing the small. When Gandalf finally came to Middle-earth, he arrived not as a blazing spirit, but clothed in frailty. The Istari were forbidden from revealing their full power. They were meant to advise, to inspire, not to rule. This limitation was not incidental. It was designed to test restraint. For Gandalf, who already distrusted the corrupting influence of power, this constraint aligned with his nature. But it also created a burden. He would have to win through persuasion alone. He could not force kings to listen. He could not command armies outright. He could not seize control to prevent disaster. He would have to trust others, and that trust was not abstract. It was painfully specific. He placed hope in unlikely figures, in hobbits, in flawed men, in reluctant heirs. Why? Because Gandalf believed that salvation must come from the small. This belief is not naive optimism. It is rooted in something deeper. He understood that evil thrives on hierarchy and dominance. Sauron builds towers. Sauron demands obedience. Sauron centralizes power.
Gandalf disperses it. He empowers others not because he lacks strength, but because he fears what happens when strength goes unchecked. His greatest anxiety is not defeat in battle, it is failure in stewardship. If he oversteps, he becomes what he opposes. If he underestimates, the world burns. This tightrope defines his psychology. The Ring and the Refusal. Nowhere is Gandalf's internal conflict clearer than in his refusal of the One Ring. When Frodo offers it to him, the moment is brief in narrative time, but immense in psychological weight. Gandalf does not hesitate because he doubts his ability to use it. He hesitates because he knows exactly how he would use it. "I would use this ring from a desire to do good," he says, and there lies the horror. Gandalf's deepest fear is not becoming a tyrant out of cruelty, it is becoming one out of love. He would try to heal the world swiftly. He would seek to eliminate suffering. He would justify domination as necessity. He understands that good intentions can be the most dangerous foundation for absolute authority. His refusal is not heroic bravado. It is an act of self-denial born from profound insight. He knows the seduction of righteousness, and he knows he is not immune. Loneliness of the Watcher. Though Gandalf walks among companions, his inner life is marked by solitude. He is ancient in a world of mortals. He sees patterns stretching across centuries. He carries memory that others cannot comprehend. There is a quiet isolation in that. When he laughs in Bag End, when he shares pipe smoke and stories, there is warmth, but also distance. He cannot truly belong to the temporal world he protects. He must leave. He must watch generations pass. He must remain while others fade. This produces not detachment, but tenderness. Gandalf's affection for hobbits is not strategic alone. It is deeply emotional. He treasures their ordinariness, their resilience, their lack of grand ambition. They represent something he fears losing in himself: simplicity. Gandalf's laughter is not frivolous. It is a conscious preservation of humility, a defense against becoming too solemn, too elevated. Because elevation is dangerous, elevation isolates, and isolation can lead to arrogance. The fracture in Moria. When Gandalf faces the Balrog in the mines of Moria, we witness not just courage, but confrontation with his own origins. The Balrog is a Maya corrupted by Morgoth, a being of the same order as Gandalf himself. In battling it, Gandalf confronts a twisted mirror. The struggle is not merely physical, it is symbolic. A clash between two spirits who chose divergent paths. The Balrog embodies surrender to destructive will. Gandalf embodies restraint in service of hope. When he falls, sacrificing himself so the others may escape, it is not martyrdom for glory, it is release. For a moment, he allows himself to expend everything without calculation. His death strips away the gray, the limitation, the long burden of caution. And when he returns as Gandalf the White, something has changed. He is more luminous, but also more distant. The resurrection brings authority. It clarifies his purpose, but it also removes some of the uncertainty that once defined him. He becomes firmer, more directive. One might ask, does this resolution cost him something? Perhaps. The Gandalf who returned is less hesitant, but also less visibly conflicted. The tension that once anchored him to humility shifts, not vanishes, but shifts. Hope as defiance. Gandalf's defining trait is often described as wisdom. But wisdom in him is inseparable from hope. And hope is not naivety. It is defiance against inevitability. He knows how dark the age is. He knows the odds. He has watched civilizations rise and fall, yet he insists on possibility. This insistence is not intellectual, it is emotional. If Gandalf surrendered to despair, he would become inert, or worse, authoritarian. Despair tempts him toward drastic solutions, toward taking control, toward forcing outcomes. So he resists despair fiercely. When he tells others that even the smallest person can change the course of the future, he is speaking as much to himself as to them. He must believe that, because if goodness requires omnipotence, then he has already failed. Contradictions. Within Gandalf is gentle, but capable of terrifying wrath. He distrusts power, yet wields it masterfully. He champions freedom, yet manipulates events subtly. These contradictions are not flaws in writing, they are the natural tensions of someone who walks between worlds. He nudges Bilbo toward adventure. He orchestrates counsels. He withholds information. He tests loyalty. Is this manipulation? Yes, but it is manipulation constrained by a principle: never override free will. He opens doors. He does not push through them. And that self-restraint is constant labor. The weight of watching. One of Gandalf's quietest wounds is cumulative loss. He outlives friends. He watches kingdoms decay. He remembers eras others barely study. The emotional toll of longevity is subtle but profound. Immortality can erode urgency. It can dull empathy. It can foster condescension. Gandalf fights against that erosion. He immerses himself in the present. He delights in fireworks. He listens to songs. He values meals and conversation. These are not trivial pleasures. They are anchors. Without them, he might drift into abstraction, into seeing mortals as pieces in a vast design. He refuses that distance. The burden of being the guide. There is a particular loneliness that belongs only to those who guide others. It is not the loneliness of abandonment, it is the loneliness of knowing more than one can say. Gandalf often withholds information. He delays explanations. He allows others to walk paths without fully revealing where they lead. This is not secrecy for its own sake. It is restraint shaped by responsibility. He understands that knowledge given too soon can paralyze. If Frodo had known every horror awaiting him, would he have taken the ring beyond the Shire? If Aragorn had fully grasped the cost of kingship from the beginning, would he have accepted it? Gandalf carries foresight like a weight in his robes. He sees likely outcomes. He senses tides shifting, yet he must never rob others of choice by overwhelming them with destiny. This creates tension within him. He must watch loved ones suffer through trials he cannot entirely prevent. He must permit mistakes. He must allow growth to unfold painfully. For someone of his power, this is perhaps the greatest discipline: not acting, not intervening too soon, trusting that others will rise. Inside him lives the constant question: have I guided enough or too much? Fear of corruption through righteousness. The ring is the most obvious symbol of corruption, but it is not the only one. The deeper threat to Gandalf is subtler. It is the temptation to believe that he alone sees clearly. Wisdom can become isolation. Isolation can become superiority. Superiority can become quiet tyranny.
Saruman, once the head of the Astari, is brilliant, disciplined, knowledgeable, but Saruman grows impatient with limitation. He begins to believe that he understands power better than anyone else. Saruman convinces himself that control is necessary, that alignment with Sauron is strategic, that temporary compromise will lead to ultimate order. Gandalf watches this transformation with grief, but also with recognition. He knows Saruman was not originally cruel. He became corrupted by certainty. That knowledge unsettles Gandalf deeply, because if wisdom can decay into domination in Saruman, it could do so in him. This is why Gandalf never claims leadership outright.
Even when others defer to him, he resists titles, he avoids crowns, he declines the ring, he builds coalitions instead of regimes, he strengthens individuals rather than constructing dependency. Every act of humility is both principle and precaution. Compassion as deliberate choice. It is easy to mistake Gandalf's compassion as natural temperament, but compassion in him is a deliberate act. He has seen too much suffering to romanticize the world. He knows betrayal, greed, ambition, and cruelty intimately. He knows how easily mortals fail, yet he consistently chooses patience. When dealing with Bilbo's reluctance, he does not shame him. When facing Theoden's despair, he does not mock weakness. When speaking of Gollum, he does not advocate immediate execution. His mercy toward Gollum is especially revealing. Gandalf insists that even a creature as twisted as Gollum may still have a role, that pity may prove decisive. This is not naive forgiveness, it is psychological insight. Gandalf understands that no being begins in monstrosity. He knows corruption is gradual. He recognizes how fear, isolation, and obsession deform the spirit. He sees in Gollum a warning. The ring magnifies desire. It isolates, it breeds suspicion, it erodes empathy. Gandalf sees what prolonged exposure to power without restraint can do. His compassion toward Gollum is, in part, compassion toward fallen potential, perhaps even toward what he himself might become if he abandoned restraint. The weight of expectation. Others look to Gandalf for answers. They assume he knows the path, and often he does, but knowledge does not erase uncertainty. Gandalf navigates probability, not inevitability. He cannot see all ends. He works within fragments of foresight, and the stakes are immense. The pressure of expectation shapes his inner landscape. If he fails, entire civilizations fall. If he miscalculates, hope collapses. This responsibility could easily foster anxiety, yet Gandalf does not appear frantic. Why? Because he has learned to accept limits. He cannot control every outcome. He cannot eliminate risk. He can only act faithfully within his understanding. There is quiet humility in this acceptance. Gandalf does not attempt omniscience. He does not pretend invulnerability. He acts knowing failure remains possible. That acceptance softens fear. It transforms responsibility from crushing weight into chosen duty. Grief beneath composure. Gandalf rarely displays prolonged grief outwardly, but absence of visible sorrow does not mean absence of feeling. He mourns in subtler ways. When Boromir falls, Gandalf does not deliver long lamentations, yet he understands the tragedy deeply, a good man undone by internal fracture. When the Fellowship fractures, he carries the burden of dispersion.
When he returns from death, there is no triumphant celebration. There is urgency. The life of Gandalf is one of continual loss and departure. He must often leave just when bonds form. His connection to Frodo is especially poignant. He cares for Frodo not merely as a ring-bearer, but as a gentle soul asked to carry disproportionate weight. Yet Gandalf cannot accompany him to the end. He must entrust him to Sam. This pattern, invest, then release, is constant. Emotionally, that requires resilience. But resilience does not eliminate ache. It only allows movement despite it. Identity between worlds. Gandalf exists in dual identity.
He is Olorin, immortal Maya. He is Gandalf, aged wizard. The embodied form limits him. It brings fatigue, hunger, pain, even doubt. This embodiment is essential to his mission. It prevents detachment, but it also complicates self-perception. He remembers being spirit, unbounded by flesh, yet now he inhabits frailty. This tension enriches his empathy. He knows weakness firsthand. However, it also sharpens awareness of limitation. He cannot solve every problem with pure force. He cannot reveal his full glory without violating mandate. So he walks in measured steps. The internal conflict between vast spirit and mortal vessel gives him depth. He is not fully at home in either state, and perhaps that is why he understands exiles and wanderers so well. The subtle use of fire. Gandalf is associated with fire, not destructive wildfire, but controlled flame. He kindles courage, he sparks resistance, he illuminates darkness. Fire in his hands is symbolic. It represents passion restrained by purpose. Unlike the consuming flames of destruction wielded by Sauron or the Balrog, Gandalf's fire is focused. It warms more often than it burns. This restraint mirrors his psychology. Power is not suppressed, it is directed. Anger is not absent, it is disciplined. His wrath, when it appears, is never impulsive. It emerges when boundaries protecting others are breached. Even then, it is measured. He does not revel in destruction. He deploys force as shield, not weapon of ambition. Hope in the unlikely. Gandalf's faith in hobbits is often described as strategic foresight, but it is also emotional rebellion. In a world dominated by towering ambitions and ancient grievances, hobbits represent simplicity without insignificance. They are overlooked, and Gandalf identifies with that marginality. He was not the greatest among the Maiar. He was not the most authoritative among the Astari. He understands being underestimated, so he gravitates toward those dismissed by others. This pattern reveals something tender. He sees worth where hierarchy does not, and perhaps in elevating the small, he reinforces his own commitment to humility. The return as White. When Gandalf returns as Gandalf the White, he embodies greater authority. He confronts Saruman directly. He commands attention more forcefully. He intervenes more decisively. Yet even in this amplified role, he does not seek personal dominion. His expanded power is applied to restore balance, not reshape the world in his image. Still, one senses subtle shift. The playful ambiguity of the Grey Wizard softens. He speaks with increased clarity. The burden of hesitation lightens. Has his internal conflict resolved? Not entirely, but it has matured. The resurrection affirms that self-sacrificial restraint does not equal weakness. It confirms that humility is not impotence. The lesson deepens his confidence, but not his pride. The reluctance to rule. One of the most revealing aspects of Gandalf's psychology is not what he does, but what he consistently refuses. He never establishes a realm. He never builds a following bound by oath. He never places himself permanently at the head of any nation. And this is not because he lacks opportunity. Kings listen to him. Generals defer to him. Entire cities would accept him as sovereign if he asked, but he does not ask. This refusal is not accidental humility, it is a conscious boundary. Gandalf understands that influence, when institutionalized, begins to change the influencer. A throne reshapes perception. Authority, formalized, tends to defend itself. Structures demand maintenance. Maintenance demands control. He avoids that transformation entirely. His identity is built around movement, arriving, assisting, departing. He refuses roots that would anchor him to power. Psychologically, this reveals deep caution. He does not trust himself to sit too long in any seat of command. He knows proximity to sustained authority erodes clarity, so he remains a wanderer. Wandering preserves perspective. The ache of limited time. Although immortal in essence, Gandalf operates within time constraints once embodied. He ages, at least in appearance. He tires. He feels urgency. This imposed temporality shapes his internal tension. He cannot simply wait centuries for corruption to fade. Sauron is rising now. Kingdoms falter now. The ring must be dealt with now. For an immortal spirit, urgency can feel unnatural. Eternity teaches patience, but Middle-earth demands immediacy. This produces a subtle dissonance. He must act quickly without acting rashly. He must accelerate without abandoning reflection. That balance is exhausting. We see flashes of this exhaustion rarely, but they exist. Moments when his tone sharpens, moments when he speaks more abruptly, moments when frustration flickers. These are not cracks in composure, they are signs of strain. Trust as risk. Gandalf's strategy relies heavily on trust, but trust is dangerous. Trust can fail. When he entrusts Frodo with the ring, he risks catastrophe. When he supports Aragorn's claim, he risks political fracture. When he believes Gollum may yet serve a purpose, he risks betrayal. Every act of trust is a gamble, and yet he continues to choose it. Why? Because control guarantees corruption. Trust, though risky, preserves freedom. Gandalf's internal calculus consistently favors moral integrity over certainty of outcome. He would rather lose while preserving agency than win through domination. That principle defines him. The subtle guilt of survival. There is another layer rarely discussed: survivor's burden. Gandalf has watched ages pass. He has seen heroes rise and fall. He has seen civilizations collapse under shadow. He survives, again and again. Survival can carry quiet guilt. Why am I still here when others fall? Why does my task continue when theirs end? His fall in Moria may be interpreted not only as sacrifice, but as a moment of release from that pattern. Yet he returns, and returning reinforces responsibility. If he survives, he must continue. There is no peaceful retirement for Gandalf while darkness persists. His endurance binds him to obligation. Relationship with fear. Contrary to popular perception, Gandalf is not fearless. He fears the ring. He fears Sauron. He fears the corruption of the wise. He fears despair. But fear does not dominate him. It informs him. His fear of the ring keeps him from touching it.
His fear of domination prevents authoritarianism. His fear of despair fuels active hope. In Gandalf, fear becomes guide rather than master. That transformation is crucial. Many beings in Middle-earth respond to fear by tightening control or seeking protection through power. Gandalf responds by widening perspective.
He studies threats carefully. He prepares. He adapts. Fear sharpens him without shrinking him. Humor as shield. One of Gandalf's most underestimated psychological tools is humor. His teasing remarks, his sudden laughter, his playful unpredictability. These are not eccentric flourishes, they are stabilizing mechanisms. Humor prevents rigidity, it disrupts despair, it humanizes him in the eyes of others. If he were only solemn, he would appear distant, perhaps even divine. Humor keeps him accessible. It reminds others that lightness survives darkness. And for himself, humor relieves tension. A mind carrying centuries of responsibility must occasionally exhale. His laughter is not obliviousness, it is defiance. Acceptance of imperfection. Gandalf does not expect perfection from others. He anticipates weakness. He plans around it. He knows that men will falter, that fear will surface, that ambition will tempt. This expectation shapes his strategy. He builds redundancy. He disperses responsibility. He prepares for failure. But more importantly, it shapes his empathy. He does not condemn Boromir absolutely. He understands the internal struggle between love of country and lure of power. He does not despise Denethor's despair entirely. He recognizes the corrosive effect of prolonged hopelessness. Gandalf sees fragility clearly, and instead of dismissing it, he accommodates it. That accommodation reveals maturity. The final letting go. Though we do not retell his entire story, one psychological truth must be acknowledged. Gandalf eventually leaves Middle-earth, and departure matters. After centuries of investment, guidance, struggle, he relinquishes the stage. This is perhaps his ultimate act of restraint. He does not cling to relevance. He does not embed himself permanently in the future he helped shape. He departs when his role concludes. That ability to step back after victory is rare. Many leaders struggle to release authority once achieved. Gandalf does not. His mission was never self-expansion, it was restoration. And when restoration stabilizes, he withdraws. The weight of being sent. Gandalf did not choose Middle-earth entirely on his own. He was sent. The Valar entrusted him with a task. He did not arrive as an accidental wanderer. He was commissioned, directed, charged with purpose. This creates a subtle psychological tension. When one is sent, one carries expectation. Expectation shapes identity. He is not merely Gandalf because he wishes to be. He is Gandalf because he was given a role to inhabit. And yet, the mission imposed upon him was paradoxical. Guide without ruling, inspire without dominating, resist without overwhelming. He must obey the spirit of the command without becoming enslaved to it. This matters deeply, because if he clung too rigidly to his mandate, he would cease to respond organically to the people before him. He would become bureaucratic, mechanical, a servant of abstract instruction rather than living compassion. So Gandalf interprets his mission dynamically. He bends with circumstance. He adapts. Internally, that requires courage.
To be sent with authority and yet choose flexibility is no small act. It means accepting responsibility not only for action, but for interpretation. The fragility of hope. Gandalf's hope is often described as unshakable, but hope in him is not permanent certainty. It is continually renewed. There are moments, quiet ones, when despair edges close, when alliances fracture, when darkness seems too organized, too vast, too entrenched. In those moments, Gandalf does not deny the scale of danger. He calculates it, he feels it, but he chooses not to surrender to it. That choice is active, it is made repeatedly. Hope for Gandalf is not an emotion that floats above reality. It is a discipline maintained within reality. And discipline requires effort. The psychological labor of maintaining hope across centuries is immense. He must remind himself that goodness can act unpredictably, that courage arises in unlikely hearts, that corruption is not irreversible. Hope is fragile precisely because it must survive knowledge. Ignorance sustains optimism easily. Wisdom makes hope costly, and Gandalf is profoundly wise. The quiet awareness of influence. There is another subtle internal tension. Gandalf knows his presence alters events. When he enters a room, conversations shift. When he advises, decisions tilt. When he warns, fear rises or steadies. Influence is power, even when gently applied, and Gandalf is aware of this. He must monitor not only what he says, but how much weight it carries. If he speaks too strongly, others may follow blindly. If he speaks too softly, they may falter. He walks this edge carefully. Internally, this creates vigilance. He must continually assess whether others are choosing freely or merely deferring. The temptation to solve problems by sheer authority must be resisted constantly. Influence without domination requires subtle calibration, and calibration requires humility. The pain of misjudgment. Even Gandalf misjudges. He does not foresee everything. He cannot predict every betrayal or delay. When events unfold differently than anticipated, he adjusts, but internally there must be reckoning. Was there something I missed? Did I trust too easily? Did I underestimate the shadow? These questions do not cripple him, but they refine him. He does not collapse under error, he absorbs it. Psychologically, this shows resilience. His identity is not tied to infallibility, it is tied to persistence. He does not need to be perfect to continue. That quiet acceptance protects him from pride. The memory of light before darkness. As Olorin before Middle-earth, he knew a realm without decay, a world suffused with harmony. That memory lingers. To remember unshadowed light while walking through a fractured world could produce bitterness. Why must it be this hard? Why must suffering repeat? Yet Gandalf does not become embittered. Instead, memory becomes compass. He remembers what goodness feels like in its fullness. That memory fuels his refusal to accept distortion as inevitable. But memory also sharpens grief, because he knows how far the world has fallen. To carry that contrast silently for centuries is a heavy emotional burden. Patience without passivity. Gandalf is patient, but he is not passive. This distinction defines his internal discipline. Patience allows others time to grow. Passivity would allow darkness to consolidate. He never confuses the two. Internally, this requires careful discernment. When to wait, when to act, when to step back, when to strike. These decisions are not made lightly. They are informed by intuition shaped across ages. But intuition itself can err, so patience becomes an active posture, not an absence of movement. He watches closely, he listens deeply, he moves when movement matters. The relationship with mortality. Though immortal in essence, Gandalf works intimately with mortal beings. He witnesses aging, decay, fear of death. He does not dismiss their anxiety as trivial. He understands mortality from outside, but he feels it from within through his embodied form. Mortality gives urgency to his companions. It also gives poignancy to his attachments. He invests in people whose lives are brief compared to his own. That investment could lead to detachment as defense, yet he refuses detachment. He chooses connection, knowing it will end. Psychologically, that reveals courage. It is easier to remain distant. He does not. The inner stillness. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of Gandalf's psychology is his inner stillness. Not absence of thought, not absence of emotion, but centeredness. He carries immense knowledge, grief, responsibility, power, and yet remains steady. This steadiness does not arise from certainty of victory. It arises from alignment. He knows who he is, a guide, not a ruler, a catalyst, not a conqueror, a servant of balance, not architect of domination. Identity clarity reduces internal fragmentation. He does not chase glory. He does not crave recognition. He does not seek permanence in power. His internal compass is consistent. That consistency generates calm. The final layer, choosing the small. If we search for the deepest root of his psychology, we find one recurring theme. He believes in the small, not because it is weak, but because it is free from obsession with magnitude. Great empires fall to pride. Small gardens endure through care. Gandalf aligns himself with gardens, with hearth fires, with conversations, with songs, with courage that trembles but persists. This alignment is philosophical, but also personal. He does not want to become towering. He wants to remain grounded. That desire protects him from the path that consumed Saruman. It protects him from the ring. It protects him from himself. The fear of becoming necessary. There is a quiet danger in being indispensable. When others begin to believe they cannot act without you, something shifts. Gandalf senses this. He feels the way rooms steady when he enters. He notices how conversations halt, awaiting his judgment. He sees how leaders glance toward him before deciding. Indispensability can harden into quiet control. If every decision passes through him, then freedom subtly erodes. And Gandalf does not want to be necessary in that way. He wants others to grow beyond him. This explains why he encourages Aragorn to claim kingship rather than rule in his place, why he strengthens Theoden instead of leading Rohan himself, why he withdraws from Frodo's final journey rather than overseeing it. If Gandalf remained central at every step, he would become the axis of the age, but he refuses that position. Internally, this requires letting go of relevance. It means accepting that others must carry burdens alone. It means allowing his influence to fade once it has done its work. That fading is not loss of identity, it is fulfillment of it. The quiet struggle with anger. Gandalf is gentle, but he is not mild. There are moments when anger burns visibly within him. When he confronts Saruman, there is no softness.
When he rebukes Denethor's despair, his voice carries iron. When he shields others from violence, his power flares. Anger in Gandalf is not suppressed, it is governed. Psychologically, this reveals maturity rather than absence of emotion. He does not deny anger's existence, he refuses its rule. Anger becomes boundary, not identity. It emerges when injustice threatens the vulnerable. It appears when arrogance endangers hope. It surfaces when fear masquerades as wisdom, but it never lingers. He does not dwell in wrath. He does not seek vengeance. He allows anger to ignite action and then releases it. That release is crucial because sustained anger reshapes perception. It narrows empathy. It distorts judgment. Gandalf will not allow himself to live there. The pain of watching corruption spread. Perhaps the heaviest burden Gandalf carries is witnessing corruption in those who begin with goodness. He sees Saruman's fall not as enemy victory, but as personal sorrow. Saruman was not always twisted. He was once wise, disciplined, devoted to order. To watch such a mind succumb to pride is devastating. This pain deepens Gandalf's vigilance within himself. He knows that corruption rarely announces itself loudly. It creeps, it rationalizes, it persuades. Saruman does not declare, "I will become a tyrant." He convinces himself he is being practical. Gandalf understands that internal slide, and so he continually questions his own reasoning. Am I being pragmatic or compromising principle? Am I protecting others or seeking control? This internal interrogation prevents decay, but it is emotionally exhausting. To never fully trust one's own motivations requires humility and courage. The long view and the present moment. Gandalf holds two temporal perspectives simultaneously. He sees centuries unfolding like chapters, and yet he pays attention to immediate detail, the way someone's voice trembles, the hesitation in a decision, the fear hidden behind pride. Balancing these perspectives is psychologically demanding. If he focused only on the long view, individual suffering would blur into abstraction. If he focused only on the present, larger patterns might be missed. He must maintain both. This dual awareness gives him depth. He recognizes that a single small act, mercy shown, courage chosen, can ripple across ages. And he also recognizes that grand strategies fail without human hearts sustaining them. His psychology is therefore layered. He thinks in epochs, he feels in moments. The courage to admit uncertainty. There are times when Gandalf says quietly, "I do not know." For someone of his stature, this admission is profound. Authority often resists uncertainty. Leaders fear appearing unsure. But Gandalf's strength includes acknowledging limits. He does not pretend omniscience. He does not fabricate certainty to calm others. Instead, he invites shared courage in uncertainty. This transparency builds trust. Psychologically, it also protects him from pride. Admitting uncertainty keeps ego in check. It reminds him that he is participant, not architect. That humility sustains balance. The long love of the ordinary. Gandalf's affection for hobbits is not strategic alone. It is deeply emotional. He delights in their meals, their songs, their festivals. Why would an ancient spirit treasure such simple rituals? Because simplicity anchors him. The ordinary protects him from abstraction.
If he lived only in councils of war and ancient prophecies, he might drift into distance. But a shared meal, a laugh by firelight, a quiet walk through fields, these ground him. They remind him what is being protected. Without love of the ordinary, his mission would become conceptual, and conceptual missions justify extreme measures. Love keeps him moderate. The silent awareness of departure. Even before the end of his visible story, Gandalf carries awareness that his time in Middle-earth is temporary. He is not meant to remain indefinitely. This knowledge shapes his restraint. He cannot build systems dependent solely on himself. He must cultivate resilience in others. Knowing he will leave forces him to prioritize sustainability over control. Psychologically, this acceptance of departure prevents attachment to dominance. He does not cling to legacy. He prepares the world to function without him. This is perhaps the ultimate form of humility. The final quiet truth. If we look carefully, Gandalf's greatest strength is not magic, it is self-regulation. He regulates power, he regulates anger, he regulates influence, he regulates despair. He watches himself as carefully as he watches the world. That self-awareness is rare. Many beings fight external darkness while ignoring internal shadows. Gandalf refuses that blindness. He knows that unchecked light can burn as fiercely as shadow. And so he dims himself deliberately. He softens his presence. He limits his intervention, not because he lacks power, but because he understands its cost. A gentle beginning, before he was called Gandalf. Long before Middle-earth knew him as Gandalf, before hobbits spoke of fireworks and dwarves of council, he existed in a far older form. He was known as Olorin, one of the Maiar, immortal spirits created by Eru Ilúvatar and shaped within the thought of the Ainur. In the earliest music of creation, the Ainulindale, Olorin was not a force of upheaval. He was not thunder or flame. He was subtle. He walked unseen among the children of Ilúvatar. He learned pity before he learned authority. He absorbed sorrow before he offered guidance. And yet, his first great turning point came not in action, but in fear. Turning point 1, the fear of Middle-earth. When the Valar resolved to send emissaries to Middle-earth during the rising shadow of Sauron, they did not seek warriors of domination. They sought guidance embodied. Olorin was summoned. He hesitated. He feared Sauron, not merely Sauron's power, but the weight of confronting it. He doubted his strength. He believed others were better suited. This hesitation matters because it reveals something essential. Gandalf's life begins not with confidence, but humility. The Vala Manwe chose him precisely because of this fear. For Olorin did not crave authority. He did not long to command. His reluctance was the proof of his suitability. Here is the transformation. Olorin accepted the mission not because he believed himself mighty, but because he understood weakness. He would go to Middle-earth not as a blazing angel, but as a wanderer in aged flesh. He would accept limitation, and this choice defined everything that followed. Turning point 2, the binding to mortal form. When Olorin became one of the Astari, he entered Middle-earth in the form of an old man, later called Gandalf the Grey. This was no disguise, it was constraint. The Astari were forbidden to dominate or reveal their full power. They were to guide, not rule, inspire, not command. For an immortal spirit, this was profound confinement. Imagine the shift, to move from timeless clarity into fatigue, to feel hunger, to age, to know that strength could fail. This was not merely a physical limitation, it was a philosophical one. And here lies the second transformation. Gandalf learned patience in a body that tired. He learned persuasion instead of decree. He learned to trust others rather than overpower them. This shaped his method forever. Unlike Saruman, who grew impatient and turned toward control, Gandalf remained aligned with restraint. Because he remembered the purpose of his mission, his power was not meant to dazzle, it was meant to awaken courage in others. Turning point 3. The corruption of Saruman. The third turning point was not a battle, but a betrayal. Saruman, chief of the Istari, once embodied wisdom and leadership. Gandalf respected him, deferred to him. When Saruman fell into obsession with the One Ring, the very structure of Gandalf's trust shifted. At first, Gandalf did not suspect treachery. He believed Saruman's research into ring lore was earnest. But when Gandalf discovered the truth about Bilbo's ring, that it was indeed the One Ring, he sought Saruman for counsel. Instead, he found imprisonment. Saruman revealed his ambition, not to destroy Sauron, but to rival him. This moment changed Gandalf deeply, not because he was captured, but because he witnessed the corruption of wisdom. He saw how knowledge, when severed from humility, becomes hunger. After escaping Orthanc, Gandalf's outlook sharpened. His optimism became disciplined. His trust became cautious. He no longer assumed that wisdom alone safeguarded virtue. He understood now that even the wise can fall, especially the wise. And this realization hardened his resolve to remain humble no matter the cost. Turning point 4. Trusting a hobbit. It would be easy to think Gandalf's great moments were clashes with dark powers, but one of his most defining transformations came in Bag End. When he confirmed that Frodo's ring was the One Ring, he faced a decision. He could have taken it himself. Few could have resisted it as long as he did. Few could have wielded it with such clarity. But he refused. This was not fear, it was self-knowledge. Gandalf understood that the ring would amplify his desire to do good until it became tyranny. He chose instead to trust a hobbit. This altered his role permanently. He ceased being the central actor. He became a guardian of others' courage. He placed the fate of Middle-earth into small, mortal hands and devoted himself to protecting their chance. The emotional consequence was profound. He carried the burden without the power. He could not fix it directly. He could only guide. This deepened his belief that greatness arises in unlikely places, not because of destiny, but because of resilience. Turning point 5. The Mines of Moria. When the Fellowship entered Moria, Gandalf did not yet know that he would die there. The confrontation with the Balrog was not impulsive,
it was protective. He could have fled sooner. He could have calculated retreat. Instead, he chose to stand. "You shall not pass" was not defiance for spectacle. It was sacrifice for time. The emotional shift here is immense. Gandalf did not expect resurrection. He expected death. He had long carried responsibility, long borne counsel, but here he relinquished control entirely. In falling, he fulfilled his mission as he understood it, to preserve hope. The transformation was both literal and spiritual. He died as Gandalf the Grey, constrained, patient, limited. He returned as Gandalf the White, not more powerful in ego, but clearer in purpose. He had confronted shadow not only in Sauron, but in primordial fire. He had passed through death and relinquishment, and upon returning, his authority was no longer hesitant. It was calm, certain. He no longer questioned whether he was suited to lead, because he had already given everything. Turning point 6. Confronting Denethor. After his return, Gandalf faced a different kind of darkness, despair. Denethor, steward of Gondor, was not corrupted by ambition like Saruman. He was broken by hopelessness. In confronting Denethor, Gandalf's philosophy crystallized. He opposed not merely madness, but surrender. When Denethor declared that the war was lost, Gandalf did not argue with visions, he argued for possibility. This marked another shift. Earlier in his life, Gandalf nurtured hope quietly. Now he defended it openly. He intervened more directly because time had shortened. His belief had matured. Hope is not naive optimism. It is defiance against inevitability. And Gandalf chose defiance. Turning point 7. Trusting Aragorn. Perhaps the most subtle transformation came in his relationship with Aragorn. For years, Gandalf guided him indirectly, encouraging strength without pushing kingship. But after his return as Gandalf the White, he made a decisive choice. He openly supported Aragorn's claim. This signaled Gandalf's readiness to withdraw. He was no longer the primary guide. He was preparing the world to stand without him. Supporting Aragorn was not about politics, it was about succession. It showed that Gandalf understood his time in Middle-earth was temporary, and he accepted it. Turning point 9. The weight of leadership after return. When Gandalf returned as Gandalf the White, the transformation was visible. His authority no longer required persuasion. His presence commanded attention. But this was not an ascent into pride. It was an acceptance of responsibility he had long avoided. Before Moria, Gandalf preferred to move indirectly, nudging, suggesting, whispering guidance into capable ears. He believed strongly in awakening courage within others. After Moria, subtlety became insufficient. The world had entered its final crisis. This shift was not triumphant, it was sobering. He had been sent to guide, not to dominate. Yet now he stood as the head of the Astari, replacing Sauron. The fallen wizard's white robes were no longer a symbol of status, they were a symbol of burden. Here lies the change. Gandalf no longer had the luxury of remaining in the background. He spoke with clarity in Rohan, confronting Theoden, breaking the paralysis imposed by despair and manipulation.
He did not merely advise, he restored will. Psychologically, this marks a turning point in Gandalf's relationship with power. He had once feared becoming too forceful. Now he understood that withholding strength, when strength was needed, could itself become negligence. His restraint matured into discernment. He did not abandon humility, he refined it. Humility no longer meant stepping aside. It meant knowing precisely when to step forward. This was not a change in personality, but in timing, and it deepened his understanding of leadership. Leadership is not dominance, nor absence. It is presence at the right moment. Turning point 10. Sending Frodo away from Minas Tirith. Among the quieter yet deeply consequential moments was Gandalf's decision to send Frodo and Sam onward from Minas Tirith without fanfare.
He did not attempt to gather armies for them. He did not divert focus to ease their path. Instead, he chose distraction. He orchestrated visible resistance at the Black Gate to draw Sauron's eye away from the true peril. This decision reveals the culmination of his philosophy. Earlier, he had trusted a hobbit. Now he doubled down on that trust, even when every rational calculation suggested improbability. The cause and effect is essential. Because Gandalf had long believed in the resilience of the small, he did not fracture under the weight of improbability. He did not seek a more controllable strategy. He did not attempt to seize the ring himself in final desperation. He held firm to the method he chose years earlier. Emotionally, this was one of his most strenuous acts. He could not know if Frodo still lived. He could not see Mount Doom. He could only commit to the role of distraction. This required faith not in destiny, but in character. Gandalf's greatest strength was not foresight, it was trust. And here, that trust was tested at its most fragile edge. Had he doubted in this moment, had he diverted resources or attempted control, the delicate alignment of events might have fractured. His consistency was itself transformative. Because he did not waver, others did not waver. Turning point X, the destruction of the ring and the quiet withdrawal. When the ring was finally destroyed, Gandalf did not celebrate with triumph. He did not proclaim vindication. Instead, he smiled softly, as though a long tension had gently released. This is important. For many, the fall of Sauron marked victory. For Gandalf, it marked completion. From the moment he accepted the summons of Manwë, his life in Middle-earth had been mission-bound. Even his friendships, warm and genuine as they were, existed within the arc of responsibility. With the ring's destruction, that arc closed. And here comes the final transformation. Gandalf no longer needed to guide. The age of men began in earnest. Aragorn took the throne. Realms stabilized. Gandalf did not seek a new crisis to manage. He did not linger to shape policy. He began to step back. This was not exhaustion, it was fulfillment. He had always known that his role was temporary, but knowing something intellectually and feeling its arrival are different experiences. Emotionally, this moment carried a gentle melancholy. For centuries he had walked Middle-earth, building bonds, shaping futures, protecting fragile hopes. Now he had to release it. His identity shifted once more, not into obscurity, but into completion. Turning point 11, the departure from the Grey Havens. The final turning point is quiet beyond measure. At the Grey Havens, Gandalf boards the ship that will carry him west, back across the sea to the Undying Lands.
This moment is not dramatic, it is reflective. He does not leave in defeat. He does not leave in sorrow. He leaves because his task is finished. Throughout his existence, Gandalf demonstrated one core principle: power must be temporary. He refused the ring because it would have bound him permanently to control. He accepted mortality because limitation preserved balance. He stepped aside for kings because continuity required succession. Now he models the final lesson: departure. He does not cling to the world he helped save. He entrusts it to those who grew within his guidance.
Psychologically, this is the ultimate expression of his growth. Olorin once feared Sauron. Gandalf once hesitated to lead. Gandalf the White once bore visible authority, but at the Havens, he is simply at peace. He has become what he was meant to be, a steward of courage, not its owner. And stewards must one day leave the house they protect. The pattern of transformation. If we gather these turning points gently and lay them side by side, something remarkable emerges. Gandalf's life does not arc upward toward dominance, it arcs inward toward clarity. Each moment reshaped not his power, but his relationship to power. Fear taught him humility. Limitation taught him patience. Betrayal taught him vigilance. Sacrifice taught him certainty. Leadership taught him discernment. Victory taught him release. At no point did he seek control for its own sake. He remained consistent, yet evolved. The consistency lay in his values. The evolution lay in how boldly he embodied them. Turning point 12. Letting others bear the weight. After the fall of Sauron, Gandalf remained for a time in Middle-earth, yet his role had changed fundamentally. For centuries, he had been the one others turned to when shadow gathered. Kings sought his counsel, rangers rode at his word, hobbits trusted his instincts without question. Now something subtle shifted. People no longer looked to him first, they looked to Aragorn, they looked to their own leaders, and Gandalf did not correct this. This was not loss, it was intentional release. Earlier in his life, Gandalf believed in inspiring courage, but there is a difference between inspiring courage and becoming indispensable. The latter creates dependency. In these final days of the Third Age, Gandalf chose invisibility once more, not because he lacked authority, but because authority was no longer required from him. This marks a profound internal transformation. For many who have guided others for long years, stepping back can feel like erasure. Identity becomes intertwined with usefulness. When usefulness fades, purpose can feel uncertain. But Gandalf did not struggle with this, because his identity was never rooted in prominence. It was rooted in service, and service has seasons. The ability to step aside gracefully was the final proof that he had never sought control. Turning point 13. The farewell to the hobbits. When Gandalf prepared to depart from Middle-earth, he did not gather armies to witness him. He did not proclaim final teachings. Instead, he walked once more among the small. He spent time with the hobbits, the very people in whom he had placed impossible trust. This farewell was not sentimental indulgence, it was acknowledgement. Frodo, in particular, embodied the cost of Gandalf's philosophy. Gandalf believed that even the smallest could bear the heaviest burden, and Frodo had done so, but at great personal loss. Here, Gandalf faced the emotional consequence of his earlier choice. He was right to trust Frodo. The ring was destroyed, the world was saved, but Frodo was wounded beyond healing in Middle-earth. This reality carries weight. Gandalf had always understood that sacrifice would be required, but seeing the lingering pain of one he loved forced him to confront the full cost of victory. And yet he did not regret his decision, because the alternative, seizing the ring himself, would have corrupted everything. In this farewell, Gandalf's transformation reaches maturity. He does not deny the pain.
He does not attempt to fix what cannot be fixed. He accepts imperfection in triumph. He understands that even the right path leaves scars. This acceptance deepens him. Wisdom is not believing that all will be well. It is understanding that good may require cost and still choosing it. Turning point 14. Returning to the west, not as he left. When Gandalf finally sailed west from the Grey Havens, he did not return as the hesitant Olorin who once feared Sauron. He returned as one who had confronted fear, death, betrayal, despair, and victory, and had remained aligned with restraint. Consider the symmetry. He had once been reluctant to go to Middle-earth. Now he was reluctant to leave it, not from attachment to power, but from affection for those within it. His experience had changed him. Though immortal in essence, he had lived within limitation long enough to value it. He had known fatigue. He had known friendship shaped by time. He had known loss that does not vanish with immortality. These experiences do not diminish a Maya, they refine one. Olorin was wise before he came to Middle-earth, but Gandalf became compassionate through experience. Compassion earned through shared vulnerability is deeper than distant benevolence. When he returned west, he carried not trophies, but understanding. And this, perhaps, was the true purpose of his mission, not only to aid Middle-earth, but to grow through it, the silent transformation beneath all others. If we look beneath every turning point, beneath fear, sacrifice, leadership, departure, one central transformation remains. Gandalf learned how to wield power without ownership. This is rarer than victory. Many can resist corruption briefly. Few can remain powerful without becoming possessive. From the moment he refused the ring, Gandalf set a boundary around himself. He would influence events, but he would not claim them. He would inspire kings, but not rule beside them. He would save realms, but not remain to govern them. This self-limitation shaped his entire arc. It is why he did not become another Saruman. It is why his resurrection did not inflate him. It is why his departure was serene. He understood that authority is temporary stewardship, and stewardship ends. Turning point 15. Understanding the limits of intervention. Throughout his long years in Middle-earth, Gandalf faced a recurring tension. How much should he intervene? At every stage, this question pressed upon him. When he first arrived as one of the Istari, the rule was clear: guide, do not dominate; inspire, do not command. Yet reality was rarely simple. The shadow of Sauron was not theoretical, it was growing. Kingdoms faltered, hearts weakened. The temptation to act decisively, to use the full measure of his innate power, must have been ever present. But Gandalf learned something subtle over time. Direct intervention solves immediate crises. Indirect encouragement builds lasting resilience. This realization did not arrive all at once. It matured through experience. He saw Saruman attempt control through machinery and force. He saw Denethor collapse under the burden of foresight without faith. He saw Boromir struggle against temptation, not from evil intent, but from desperation. From each of these lives, Gandalf absorbed a pattern. Strength without humility fractures. Thus, one of his final internal turning points was the peaceful acceptance of limits, not imposed from outside,
but chosen from within.
He understood that even after becoming Gandalf the White, there were lines he would not cross. He would not rule Gondor. He would not rebuild Rohan in his own image. He would not reshape Middle-earth according to a Maya's vision. This acceptance refined him further, because power restrained by wisdom becomes protection. Power unleashed without restraint becomes domination. By the end of his journey, Gandalf no longer wrestled with this tension. He had mastered it. Turning point 16, witnessing the rise of the Fourth Age. After Sauron's fall, Middle-earth entered the Fourth Age, the Age of Men. This was not merely a chronological shift, it was a metaphysical one. The Age of Elves was fading, the influence of immortal beings was receding, the world was becoming less enchanted, more human. For Gandalf, this marked the completion of a long arc that began when he first hesitated before coming to Middle-earth. He had once feared Sauron's strength, but what he truly witnessed over centuries was not merely darkness, it was fragility. He saw how easily fear spread. He saw how swiftly despair paralyzed rulers. He saw how courage, once sparked, could multiply. And now he saw something else. Men standing on their own. Aragorn ruling without reliance on a wizard's constant guidance. Faramir governing Ithilien with wisdom not borrowed, but earned. Even the Shire defending itself in the Scouring, proving that hobbits had grown beyond simple innocence. This was the fruit of Gandalf's method. He had not built a world dependent on him. He had nurtured a world capable without him. Emotionally, this must have been both satisfying and poignant. To dedicate centuries to guidance and then see that guidance become unnecessary is a rare kind of success. Many leaders unconsciously create systems that require their continued presence. Gandalf did the opposite. He created space for his absence, and this was perhaps his greatest transformation of all. Turning point 17, reconciling mortality and immortality. Though Gandalf was a Maya, immortal in spirit, he had lived for long stretches within the boundaries of a mortal body. He had known exhaustion. He had known injury. He had died, truly died in Moria. Even though he was sent back, that experience was not trivial. Death is not undone by resurrection. It leaves imprint. In confronting the Balrog, Gandalf faced an ancient terror, a being of the same primordial order as himself. The struggle was not merely physical, it was existential. Flame against flame, will against will. In falling, Gandalf relinquished control completely. This surrender reshaped him. When he returned, he no longer feared death, he had passed through it. That passage transformed his relationship with time. Before Moria, Gandalf worked urgently but cautiously. After Moria, there was a quiet certainty in him. He no longer hesitated in moments that required decisiveness. His patience remained, but indecision vanished, because once one has faced the end, lesser risks lose their paralyzing force. By the time he sailed west, Gandalf carried within him both immortality and mortality. He was no longer simply Aloran, the timeless spirit, nor merely Gandalf, the aged wizard. He was a being who had experienced limitation and transcendence alike, and this fusion deepened him beyond what he had been at the beginning.
Turning point 18. The realization that hope outlives the guide. Perhaps the final internal turning point came not at the Grey Havens, but earlier, in a quieter recognition. Hope did not belong to him. Throughout the War of the Ring, Gandalf was often described as the bearer of hope. His presence lifted spirits, his counsel steadied hearts. Yet Gandalf understood something essential. Hope that depends on a single figure is fragile. True hope must root itself in communities, in relationships, in shared memory. When he saw Merry ride to war,
when he saw Éowyn defy fear, when he saw Sam carry Frodo up the slopes of Mount Doom, he saw hope independent of him. And that realization completed his journey, because at the beginning he feared that he was not strong enough to confront Sauron. By the end, he understood that strength was never meant to reside in him alone. It was distributed, shared, carried by many. This recognition freed him. He was not the savior of Middle-earth, he was the catalyst. And catalysts do not remain once the reaction has begun. Turning point 19, accepting that not all wounds can be healed. Throughout his years in Middle-earth, Gandalf carried a deep instinct to mend what was broken. He restored Theoden's clarity. He rekindled courage in Minas Tirith. He protected the Shire more times than its people ever knew. But there were wounds he could not mend. Frodo's lingering pain, the fading of the elves, the passing of ages that could not return. For a being of such wisdom and ability, this limitation was not trivial. Gandalf could influence events, he could defy darkness, he could even return from death, but he could not erase suffering. This realization is quiet, but it is transformative. Earlier in his mission, he worked tirelessly to prevent catastrophe. He searched for signs of Sauron's return, investigated Bilbo's ring, moved pieces across the board of Middle-earth with careful attention. Yet in the aftermath of victory, he saw clearly, even right action leaves sorrow behind. He did not attempt to diminish Frodo's grief with platitudes. He did not promise that the Fourth Age would be free of loss. Instead, he accepted that some pain remains as testimony to what was endured. This acceptance matured his wisdom into something gentler, because true wisdom does not promise perfection. It prepares hearts to endure imperfection. And Gandalf, in the end, did not try to control every outcome. He allowed history to unfold, knowing that growth often comes through scars. Turning point 20, releasing the identity of necessary. For centuries, Gandalf was necessary. Without his suspicion of the ring, the truth might have remained hidden. Without his insistence on forming the Fellowship, alliances may have fractured. Without his stand in Moria, the quest could have ended in darkness. To be necessary is a powerful identity. It affirms purpose, it anchors existence. But there comes a moment when necessity fades. After Aragorn's coronation, after peace settled across the kingdoms, Gandalf was no longer indispensable. And this is a delicate transition for any being who has long borne responsibility. Some cling to relevance. Some manufacture new crises to justify their presence. Gandalf did neither. He recognized that his task was completed, not diminished. And so he laid down the identity of the one who must intervene. This was not withdrawal from care, it was trust fulfilled. The world he helped shape no longer required his guiding hand, and that was success, not redundancy.
In releasing necessity, Gandalf reached the final stage of his evolution. He became free, not from duty, but from attachment to duty. Turning point 21, remembering his original nature. As he journeyed west, something subtle must have stirred within him. For so long he had been Gandalf, robed in gray or white, walking among mortals, speaking in riddles and counsel. But beneath that form was still Olorin, the Maya who once walked unseen, learning compassion in the early days of Arda. Returning to the Undying Lands was not simply travel,
it was reunion. Yet he did not return unchanged. He carried centuries of memory shaped by mortality. Olorin before Middle-earth understood pity. Gandalf after Middle-earth understood endurance. This distinction matters. Before, his wisdom was contemplative. After, it was lived. He had seen courage in unlikely forms. He had watched small hands carry immeasurable burdens. He had witnessed the corrupting pull of ambition and the steadying force of humility. When he stepped again into the presence of the Valar, he was no longer the hesitant Maya, chosen for his gentleness. He was a spirit proven in limitation. The transformation was complete. He had entered Middle-earth uncertain of his sufficiency. He left, having demonstrated that sufficiency lies not in strength alone, but in restraint, in trust, and in faith in others. The pattern beneath all turning points. If we gather all these moments, fear, acceptance, betrayal, refusal of the ring, sacrifice in Moria, return as the White, leadership in war, withdrawal in peace, acceptance of wounds, release of necessity, a single pattern reveals itself. Gandalf's life was a continual narrowing of ego. He began with doubt. He passed through authority. He ended with surrender. Not surrender to defeat, but surrender of control. Each turning point removed something from him. Fear removed arrogance. Limitation removed domination. Betrayal removed naivete. Sacrifice removed hesitation. Leadership removed passivity. Departure removed attachment. What remained at the end was clarity. Clarity about what power is for. Clarity about what guidance means. Clarity that hope must be shared, not hoarded. The first bonds, Nienna and the education of compassion. Before Middle-earth knew him, Olorin dwelt in Valinor among the Valar and the Maiar. His most formative bond there was not with a warrior, nor with a king, but with Nienna, the Vala of pity and endurance. Nienna was not radiant in the way of Manwë, nor terrible like Melkor. She dwelt in quiet halls, and her domain was sorrow. Olorin sat with her. He listened. He learned that grief is not weakness. In her presence, he absorbed a philosophy that would define every later relationship he formed. Suffering is not to be avoided, it is to be understood. Nienna taught him that strength lies not in domination, but in endurance. She taught him that even evil deserves comprehension before judgment. This early mentorship shaped Gandalf's relational posture for ages to come. He would never rule through fear. He would never coerce loyalty. Instead, he would seek to awaken courage in others. His bond with Nienna was one of spiritual inheritance. She did not command him, she shaped him through proximity. It was the first lesson in influence without control. Among the wise, Manwë and Varda, Olorin was also known to walk unseen among the elves in their earliest days, carrying whispers of encouragement. In this, he acted under the gaze of Manwë, the High King of the Valar.
His relationship with Manwë was one of trust, but not familiarity. Manwë saw in Olorin a gentleness uniquely suited to guide without force. When the time came to send emissaries to Middle-earth to oppose rising darkness, it was Manwë who chose him. Yet Olorin hesitated. He feared Sauron. This moment is revealing. Olorin's reluctance was not cowardice, it was self-awareness. He understood his limitations. His relationship with Manwë deepened here, not as a subordinate blindly obeying, but as a being honest about fear. Manwë did not rebuke him. Instead, he affirmed him. This is a subtle but important relational dynamic. Gandalf's authority in Middle-earth would never come from arrogance. It came from humility, validated by those greater than he. From Varda, too, he received quiet blessing. Varda, who kindled stars, represented hope beyond despair. Her light would later echo in his connection to the elves, and symbolically in the Phial of Galadriel, a gift passed along the relational chain of trust. These early bonds established a pattern. Gandalf thrived in relationships rooted in respect, not dominance. The Istari, fractured brotherhood. When Olorin accepted the mission to Middle-earth, he did not go alone. He went as one of the Istari, the wizards. Among them were Saruman, Radagast, and 2 blue wizards who wandered east. His most significant relationship among them was undoubtedly with Saruman. Saruman was older in hierarchy, greater in knowledge, and appointed leader of the White Council. Gandalf respected him deeply at first. He deferred to him. He accepted secondary position. But beneath that structure, tension slowly grew. Saruman valued knowledge for mastery. Gandalf valued knowledge for guidance. Saruman studied rings of power obsessively. Gandalf studied hearts. Their conflict was not sudden. It was philosophical long before it became political. Gandalf's emotional arc here is subtle but profound. He experienced betrayal not merely as personal treachery, but as the collapse of shared purpose. Saruman's fall to pride was not simply a strategic threat, it was a relational wound. When Saruman imprisoned him in Orthanc, it was the culmination of years of divergence. Gandalf did not respond with hatred, he responded with sorrow. He grieved Saruman long before Saruman fell. That grief shaped him. It deepened his caution. It reinforced his belief that wisdom without humility corrupts. Saruman's betrayal became paradoxically a reaffirmation of Gandalf's core philosophy. Power must serve, not rule. Radagast, misaligned devotion. Gandalf's relationship with Radagast was gentler, but no less revealing. Radagast loved nature. He tended birds and beasts with sincerity. Yet he drifted from the broader mission against Sauron, absorbed in his own sphere. Gandalf did not condemn him. Instead, he carried both appreciation and quiet disappointment. Radagast represents a different kind of relational tension, not betrayal, but misalignment. Gandalf understood that goodness alone is not enough. Goodness must be directed. In Radagast's distraction, Gandalf saw the fragility of purpose. He learned that leadership sometimes means carrying more than one's share when others falter, not out of malice, but out of limitation. Elrond, trust across ages. Among the elves, Gandalf formed one of his most stable bonds with Elrond. Elrond was ancient, measured, and burdened by memory. Their relationship was built not on dramatic moments, but on continuity. Over centuries, they consulted, debated, and planned. Emotionally, Elrond provided Gandalf something rare, peer recognition.
Elrond saw through the guise of an old man. He understood the depth beneath the staff and hat. In councils, Elrond treated Gandalf as equal. This mutual respect allowed Gandalf to operate without pretense. Their bond reveals something important. Gandalf did not isolate himself in superiority. He sought partnership. He valued counsel. Trust, to him, was collaborative. Galadriel, perception and affirmation. If Elrond represented steadiness, Galadriel represented insight. Galadriel alone among the wise perceived Gandalf's inner strength fully. She supported him for leadership of the White Council, though he refused the position. Their relationship carried a quiet intimacy, not romantic, but deeply perceptive. She saw the courage beneath his humility. She named it. Being seen in this way mattered. For a being who often cloaked himself in humor and simplicity, Galadriel's recognition reinforced his identity. In times of doubt, he knew at least one among the wise understood him completely. It is no accident that after his fall in Moria and return as Gandalf the White, Galadriel greets him with serene affirmation. Their bond transcended mortality's interruption. She embodied confidence in him when he would not claim it for himself. Hobbits, the discovery of the small. No relationship shaped Gandalf more profoundly than his bond with hobbits. Among them, particularly Bilbo Baggins and Frodo Baggins, he discovered something transformative. Hobbits were small, overlooked, politically irrelevant, and yet they possessed resilience untouched by ambition. Gandalf's affection for Bilbo began with curiosity. He perceived in Bilbo a quiet bravery waiting to be stirred. Their relationship unfolded through encouragement rather than command. Gandalf nudged, Bilbo chose. Emotionally, this dynamic reaffirmed Gandalf's belief in awakening rather than controlling. With Frodo, the relationship deepened into guardianship. Gandalf carried immense guilt over the burden placed upon him. He knew the ring's weight. He knew the cost. His care for Frodo was protective, but never suffocating. He trusted Frodo's agency, even when afraid for him. Here, Gandalf's compassion matured into something paternal, yet restrained. He loved without possession. Aragorn, shared burden of destiny. With Aragorn, Gandalf found a different relational rhythm. Aragorn was born into destiny. Gandalf became one of the quiet architects of his path. He guided without overshadowing. He reminded without dictating. Their bond was rooted in shared understanding of responsibility. Both bore roles larger than themselves. Emotionally, Gandalf saw in Aragorn a living example of what humility and power could achieve. Aragorn's restraint validated Gandalf's long-held conviction that rightful authority is service. Their relationship was one of mutual reinforcement. The conflict with Sauron, a relationship of opposition. Though they rarely faced each other directly in physical form, Gandalf's opposition to Sauron was relational in nature. Sauron was once a Maya like himself. This mirrored origin adds emotional complexity. Gandalf did not see Sauron as alien. He saw him as fallen potential. Their conflict, therefore, was not merely strategic, it was ideological. Sauron sought order through domination. Gandalf sought resistance through freedom.
Every alliance Gandalf formed, every friendship nurtured, was a counter-argument to Sauron's worldview.
where Sauron centralized power, Gandalf decentralized courage. Their relationship was defined not by dialogue, but by contrast. Isolation within leadership. Despite these bonds, Gandalf remained isolated in one critical way. He could not reveal his full nature. He walked as an old man among mortals. He bore knowledge of ages they could not comprehend. He faced dangers alone at times to protect others from understanding the scale of threat. This quiet isolation deepened his reliance on chosen relationships. He did not need many, he needed meaningful ones, and he chose carefully. The fall and return redefined authority. His confrontation with the Balrog in Moria marked both literal and relational transformation. When he fell, those who loved him grieved. His absence revealed the depth of his relational impact. Upon returning as Gandalf the White, his authority increased, but so did his detachment. He could no longer linger in simple fellowship as easily. This shift illustrates a subtle tension. Growth can create distance. Yet even in this elevated state, he preserved gentleness where possible. He did not abandon humor. He did not relinquish warmth. He integrated power without losing compassion. The White Council: trust, friction, and strategic loneliness. When the White Council was formed to counter the shadow growing in Middle-earth, Gandalf entered not as ruler, but as conscience. The council gathered some of the greatest beings of the age: Saruman, Galadriel, Elrond, and others among the wise. On the surface, it was an alliance. Beneath the surface, it was a network of competing philosophies. Saruman valued hierarchy and secrecy. Elrond valued caution and memory. Galadriel valued foresight and moral clarity. Gandalf valued timely action and trust in the unexpected. His tension with Saruman intensified here. Saruman dismissed Gandalf's suspicions about the necromancer at Dol Guldur, later revealed to be Sauron. Saruman's refusal to act was not merely disagreement, it was dismissal. Gandalf felt the isolation of being correct without being believed. That emotional experience deepened his patience, but also sharpened his resolve. He learned that even among allies, one must sometimes carry conviction alone. It is significant that Galadriel supported him quietly, even suggesting he lead the council. Gandalf declined, not from insecurity, but from understanding. Leadership imposed from above would fracture unity. Influence from beside preserved it. He chose influence over authority once again. The White Council shaped Gandalf's emotional endurance. It taught him that trust must coexist with vigilance, even among the wise. Bilbo Baggins, awakening courage in the comfortable. When Gandalf first approached Bilbo Baggins, he did not see a hero, he saw possibility. Bilbo was not ambitious, he was not restless, he was comfortable. Gandalf's relationship with Bilbo began as provocation. He unsettled him, he disrupted his carefully arranged life, but he never coerced him. This dynamic reveals Gandalf's subtle relational philosophy. Transformation must be invited, not forced. Throughout Bilbo's journey in The Hobbit, Gandalf appears and disappears, creating space for growth. He trusts Bilbo to make moral decisions independently, most notably when Bilbo spares Gollum.
That act of mercy echoes Nienna's teachings. Gandalf recognized its importance immediately. He understood that Bilbo's compassion would ripple forward into history. Emotionally, Bilbo represented proof to Gandalf that greatness can arise from stillness. Their bond endured for decades. Gandalf visited not out of duty, but affection. With Bilbo, he laughed, he rested. For an immortal spirit walking among mortals, that warmth mattered. Bilbo was not a soldier in a war to Gandalf. He was a friend. Frodo Baggins, the weight of trust. If Bilbo awakened Gandalf's joy, Frodo Baggins awakened his protective sorrow. Frodo inherited not only Bilbo's ring, but Gandalf's deepest concern. From the moment Gandalf confirmed the ring's identity, his relationship with Frodo changed. It was no longer light guidance, it was shared burden. Gandalf knew the cost of the ring's journey. He understood corruption intimately, having watched Sauron's rise and Saruman's fall. Entrusting Frodo with that path required profound faith. Emotionally, Gandalf struggled with restraint. He could not carry the ring himself. His own power would make him vulnerable to its temptation. That awareness forced him into a painful role, the one who guides others into danger. He watched Frodo depart from the Shire with visible concern. He was delayed, captured by Saruman, unable to stand beside him. There is quiet anguish in that separation. Yet Gandalf never attempted to dominate Frodo's will. Even at the Council of Elrond, when the decision was made, it was Frodo who volunteered. Trust, again, was Gandalf's method. He did not shield Frodo from destiny. He stood beside him in spirit, allowing him to grow into it. Aragorn, shared loneliness of leadership. With Aragorn, Gandalf experienced a companionship forged in long preparation. Aragorn's life was shaped by hidden identity and deferred kingship. Gandalf supported his path quietly for decades, encouraging patience rather than haste. Their bond was built on mutual recognition. Aragorn understood Gandalf's mission beyond the visible. Gandalf understood the burden of lineage Aragorn carried. Emotionally, they shared something rare, strategic solitude. Both moved through the world with knowledge others did not possess. Both carried futures on their shoulders. Gandalf's guidance to Aragorn was never domineering. He nudged him toward claiming kingship not as conquest, but as service. When Aragorn finally embraced his role, it was not Gandalf who crowned himself as architect. He stepped back. This act is emotionally significant. Gandalf's satisfaction lay not in recognition, but in completion of purpose. Their bond illustrates Gandalf's belief that leadership should empower others to surpass him. Theoden, renewal through encouragement. When Gandalf encountered Theoden, he faced not an enemy, but a diminished king. Under the manipulations of Grima Wormtongue, Theoden had become withdrawn, suspicious, weakened. Gandalf's approach was not accusatory, it was restorative. He removed Wormtongue's influence not through humiliation, but through clarity. He spoke truth without cruelty. He reawakened dignity rather than imposing shame. Emotionally, this interaction demonstrates Gandalf's deep understanding of despair. He did not see Theoden as failed, he saw him as clouded. The transformation of Theoden into a resolute leader at Helm's Deep was not simply strategic success, it was relational redemption.
Gandalf believed in renewal, and that belief gave others strength to reclaim themselves. Gollum, mercy at a distance. Though Gandalf never formed close companionship with Gollum, his relationship with him was morally significant. After capturing and interrogating Gollum, Gandalf showed restraint. He did not execute him, though he knew the danger Gollum represented. This decision was not naive optimism, it was consistent philosophy. He understood corruption. He had witnessed how power distorts. In Gollum, he saw tragedy as much as threat. His mercy influenced Frodo's later decisions. It is no exaggeration to say that Gandalf's restraint contributed indirectly to the ring's destruction. Emotionally, this reflects Gandalf's enduring adherence to Nienna's teachings. Pity may shape history more profoundly than force. Saruman, the grief of a broken brotherhood. Let us return once more to Saruman, for no relationship wounded Gandalf more deeply. Their shared origin as Maiar, their shared mission as Istari, all collapsed under Saruman's pride. When Gandalf confronted Saruman after his defeat, he offered him a chance at repentance. This is crucial. Even after imprisonment, betrayal, and open war, Gandalf extended grace. Saruman refused. The emotional cost of this refusal is quiet but heavy. Gandalf did not gloat in victory. He mourned inevitability. Saruman's death did not resolve tension, it confirmed loss. Through Saruman, Gandalf learned the limits of influence. One may guide, advise, warn, but cannot control another's choice. That truth deepened his humility. The Fellowship, temporary family. The Fellowship itself represents Gandalf's relational microcosm. 9 individuals, bound not by blood, but by purpose. With Legolas, he shared mutual respect across species. With Gimli, he shared blunt honesty. With Boromir, he sensed fragility beneath pride. Boromir's eventual fall and redemption reflect Gandalf's understanding of human vulnerability. He did not despise Boromir's weakness, he anticipated it. His fall in Moria fractured the Fellowship emotionally. His absence forced them into independence. Sometimes Gandalf's greatest relational act was withdrawal. By stepping away through death and return, he allowed others to grow into strength. Conflict as clarifier. Across all these relationships, one pattern remains. Conflict clarified Gandalf's values. With Sauron, he clarified opposition to domination. With Saruman, he clarified the danger of pride. With Theoden, he clarified the power of encouragement. With Frodo, he clarified trust in fragility. With Aragorn, he clarified the purpose of leadership. Each relationship shaped him not through conquest, but through response. He became Gandalf not by wielding power, but by navigating connection. Denethor, authority without trust. Among the more difficult relationships Gandalf endured was his uneasy connection with Denethor, steward of Gondor. Denethor was intelligent, perceptive, and fiercely proud. He loved his city deeply, yet he mistrusted Gandalf from the beginning. To Denethor, Gandalf was not merely a counselor, he was a rival influence. This tension reveals something delicate about Gandalf's position in Middle-earth. He guided kings, advised rulers, and influenced outcomes, yet he possessed no crown. That paradox bred suspicion in those who feared unseen power. Denethor believed Gandalf intended to replace him with Aragorn.
Gandalf, in truth, supported Aragorn's rightful claim, but not as conquest. He sought restoration, not humiliation. Emotionally, Gandalf faced Denethor with restraint.
He did not respond to pride with pride. He did not escalate the rivalry. Instead, he absorbed insult without retaliation. But beneath that restraint was sadness. Denethor's despair, intensified by his use of the Palantir, mirrored what Gandalf feared most: wisdom turning inward and decaying into hopelessness. Their conflict was not theatrical, it was philosophical and emotional. Denethor clung to control. Gandalf believed in shared burden. When Denethor chose despair and self-destruction, Gandalf did not condemn him. He saved Faramir instead. That choice is telling. Gandalf did not fight Denethor's pride head-on. He preserved what could still be healed. In Denethor's fall, Gandalf witnessed another reminder that intellect without humility fractures relationships. And once again, he grieved more than he judged. Faramir, quiet recognition. If Denethor embodied suspicion, Faramir embodied understanding. Faramir listened. He did not crave the ring. He did not resist Gandalf's guidance out of ego. He respected wisdom without feeling diminished by it. For Gandalf, Faramir represented something deeply reassuring, proof that Gondor still contained humility. Their relationship was not as extensively chronicled as others, yet its emotional undertone is clear. Gandalf saw in Faramir the kind of ruler Gondor deserved: measured, thoughtful, compassionate. Saving Faramir from Denethor's despair was not only a tactical decision, it was an affirmation of future possibility. Gandalf's relationships often revealed where he placed hope. With Faramir, hope remained. Éomer, strength tempered by counsel. In Rohan, Gandalf's bond with Éomer unfolded differently from his bond with Theoden. Éomer was fierce, loyal, and quick to act. Where Theoden needed renewal, Éomer needed refinement. Gandalf respected Éomer's courage, yet he subtly guided him toward patience. He did not extinguish his fire, he directed it. This relational dynamic illustrates Gandalf's nuanced approach. He never attempted to reshape personalities entirely. He amplified strengths while softening edges. Éomer's loyalty deepened not because Gandalf commanded it, but because he recognized Gandalf's sincerity. In moments of uncertainty, Éomer trusted him. Trust, once again, was earned through consistency rather than spectacle. The Dwarves, a relationship of mutual caution. Gandalf's interactions with dwarves, particularly in his earlier years, were marked by respect mixed with careful distance. With Thorin Oakenshield, his relationship was especially complex. Thorin was proud and driven by ancestral grievance. Gandalf recognized both his strength and his susceptibility to obsession. When Gandalf orchestrated Thorin's quest alongside Bilbo, he did so strategically, not merely to reclaim Erebor, but to prevent the dragon Smaug from becoming a weapon in darker hands. Yet Thorin often mistrusted Gandalf's broader motives. Their connection was practical, but never fully intimate. Thorin's eventual descent into dragon sickness revealed something Gandalf understood well. Proximity to power magnifies inner flaws. Thorin's redemption before death offered Gandalf bittersweet solace. It reaffirmed his belief that even pride can soften before the end. With dwarves, Gandalf practiced careful balance. He respected their independence.
He avoided imposing his vision too forcefully, but he always kept the larger tapestry in view. The elves of Lothlorien shared memory of light. In Galadriel and the elves of Lothlorien, Gandalf encountered beings who remembered the same ancient light he did.
Among mortals, he was an outsider wearing flesh. Among elves, he was a familiar echo of Valinor. This duality mattered emotionally. In Lothlorien, he did not need to compress himself into simplicity. He could stand in shared memory. Galadriel's quiet perception of his nature allowed him to rest briefly from concealment. Their bond was steady across centuries. It was rooted in shared origin and shared mission. When he fell in Moria and later returned transformed, Galadriel's recognition bridged that rupture seamlessly. In her presence, he was not merely Gandalf the Grey or the White. He was Aloran still, and being remembered in one's fullness is perhaps the deepest comfort of all. The Balrog, a mirror of origin. Even Gandalf's confrontation with the Balrog was relational in an unexpected sense. The Balrog, like him, was a Maya, corrupted long ago under Melkor. Their battle was not simply good versus evil, it was divergent destiny. In facing the Balrog, Gandalf confronted what he might have become had he chosen power over service. The emotional undertone of that conflict lies not in fury, but in inevitability. He stood as guardian at the bridge of Khazad-dûm, not for glory, but to protect those he loved. His fall was an act of relational sacrifice, and his return as Gandalf the White altered his dynamic with all others. Gandalf the White, authority and distance. Upon returning, elevated in authority, Gandalf's relationship subtly shifted. He was more direct, more commanding. With Aragorn, he now spoke less as advisor and more as equal in strategic command. With Theoden and others, his words carried sharper urgency. Yet he never abandoned gentleness entirely. The transformation introduced distance, yes, but not coldness. He integrated authority without surrendering empathy. This integration reveals the final maturation of his relational identity, strength without domination. Sauron, the final contrast. Though Gandalf and Sauron never conversed directly in the narrative, their opposition defined the relational architecture of the age. Both were Mayas, both possessed vast knowledge, yet their relational philosophies diverged completely. Sauron sought to bind wills to his own. Gandalf sought to awaken wills into themselves. Sauron centralized, Gandalf dispersed. Sauron ruled through fear, Gandalf led through trust. Every alliance Gandalf nurtured was a living rebuttal to Sauron's worldview. The victory over Sauron was not achieved by Gandalf's power alone. It was achieved by relationships he fostered. Small acts of mercy, encouraged kings, guided hobbits, redeemed pride. In this sense, Gandalf's greatest conflict was ideological, and he won it not with force, but with faith in others. The Grey Havens, release without possession. At the end, when Gandalf departed from Middle-earth alongside Frodo Baggins, he left without regretful clinging. He did not attempt to remain where his task was complete. His relationships had been purposeful, loving, transformative, but they were not possessive. He trusted the world to continue without him. That final act, stepping away, completes the arc begun beside Nienna. Compassion without attachment, guidance without ownership.
Love without control. Merry and Pippin, the unexpected apprentices among the Fellowship, two of the most overlooked and yet deeply influential relationships Gandalf formed were with Meriadoc Brandybuck and Peregrine Took. At first glance, they were impulsive, inexperienced, and prone to mischief.
They did not possess Frodo's solemn resolve or Aragorn's gravitas, but Gandalf never dismissed them. He understood something essential. Courage often hides beneath foolishness. With Pippin especially, Gandalf's dynamic carried emotional tension. Pippin's curiosity led him to touch the Palantir, an act that could have shattered fragile plans. Gandalf's response was stern, yet not cruel. He rebuked recklessness, but he did not shame the spirit behind it. There is a difference. Gandalf disciplined without humiliating. Later, in Minas Tirith, Pippin pledged service to Denethor, a gesture born from gratitude and guilt. Gandalf could have forbidden it. Instead, he allowed it. He respected Pippin's moral agency, even when it complicated matters. With Merry, Gandalf's trust was quieter but equally profound. Merry's eventual role in the defeat of the Witch King of Angmar was not orchestrated by Gandalf directly, but Gandalf had always fostered independence in those around him. In both Hobbits, Gandalf witnessed growth he did not command. Emotionally, they reminded him of Bilbo's journey, unpredictable, imperfect, yet transformative. And perhaps in their laughter and awkward bravery, Gandalf felt again the warmth that first drew him to the Shire. Shadowfax, trust beyond words. Not all of Gandalf's deepest bonds were with speaking beings. His relationship with Shadowfax reveals another dimension of connection, one rooted in mutual respect rather than mastery. Shadowfax was no ordinary horse. Descended from the Maras, he would bear no rider unwillingly, yet he chose Gandalf. Choice is the key. Gandalf did not tame Shadowfax, he earned him. This relationship reflects Gandalf's consistent pattern. He did not compel loyalty, he inspired it. In moments of urgency, racing from Isengard, riding to Minas Tirith, Shadowfax carried him not as a beast of burden, but as a partner in purpose. Emotionally, this companionship underscores Gandalf's alignment with living beings, not through dominance, but harmony. He understood strength, he never abused it. The Ents. Patience meeting urgency. When Gandalf's path intersected indirectly with Treebeard and the Ents, it revealed yet another dynamic of temporal contrast. Ents moved slowly, they deliberated deeply, they measured time differently. Gandalf, though immortal in spirit, operated within mortal urgency. His encouragement of Merry and Pippin's engagement with Treebeard was subtle strategy. He trusted that awakening Entish wrath against Saruman would require emotional provocation, not command. Here again, Gandalf's relational wisdom shines. He did not attempt to bend ancient beings to his pace. He allowed them to arrive at action through their own awakening. He trusted processes beyond his direct control. Éowyn. Recognition of unspoken strength. Though Gandalf's relationship with Éowyn was not deeply personal in the narrative, it carried emotional resonance. Éowyn's struggle was not against external enemies alone, but against confinement, against being unseen. Gandalf recognized her unrest. He did not belittle it, nor did he romanticize it.
His counsel to her before departing Edoras was measured, respectful. He understood the danger of despair born from stagnation. Éowyn's eventual transformation from one seeking death in battle to one embracing healing and life echoes Gandalf's broader philosophy.
Courage must ultimately serve renewal, not self-destruction. He did not guide her path directly, but his influence helped shape the environment in which she chose healing. The hobbits as a collective, Gandalf's chosen hearth. If we step back from individual bonds, we see something even more revealing. Gandalf's affection for hobbits was not strategic alone. He loved their simplicity, their resistance to domination, their delight in food, song, and ordinary beauty. Among them, Gandalf experienced something close to belonging. For a Maya clothed in mortal form, this mattered profoundly. Hobbits did not revere him as distant deity. They teased him, they welcomed him, they argued with him, they treated him as familiar. That equality nourished him emotionally. In the Shire, he could lay down cosmic vigilance for a moment, and perhaps that is why he fought so fiercely to protect it. The cost of concealment. Throughout all his relationships, one quiet tension remained constant. Gandalf could never reveal his full nature. He was forbidden from dominating through open display of divine power. He was sent to guide subtly. This constraint shaped every bond he formed. He had to allow others to misunderstand him at times, to underestimate him, to question him. He bore suspicion from Denethor, distrust from Saruman, confusion from hobbits, yet he never defended his ego, because his mission was not self-justification, it was preservation of free will. This emotional restraint, this constant self-limitation, required immense inner strength. He chose obscurity over glory again and again. The final departure, letting go without loss. At the Grey Havens, when he departed with Frodo Baggins, Bilbo Baggins, and the elves returning west, Gandalf's relational arc reached quiet completion. He did not linger to oversee reconstruction. He did not insert himself into the reign of Aragorn. He trusted the seeds he had planted. Letting go for Gandalf was not abandonment, it was fulfillment. His relationships had always aimed toward independence, never dependence. He did not create followers, he cultivated stewards. And so he left Middle-earth not diminished, but complete. Boromir, the tragedy of good intentions. Among the Fellowship, Gandalf's relationship with Boromir carries a particular sadness. Boromir was brave, loyal, fiercely devoted to Gondor, yet beneath that devotion lay fear, fear of decline, of loss, of failing his people. Gandalf perceived that fear early. At the Council of Elrond, Boromir's interest in the ring was not hidden. Gandalf did not publicly rebuke him. He did not isolate him from the company. Instead, he allowed Boromir to walk the path with the Fellowship. Why? Because Gandalf believed in exposure to higher purpose as a refining force. He hoped shared hardship would temper ambition. Boromir's eventual attempt to seize the ring was not shocking to Gandalf. It was tragic, but consistent with the emotional pressure Boromir carried. What is remarkable is not Boromir's fall, but his redemption. In his final moments, defending Merry and Pippin, Boromir reclaimed his integrity. Though Gandalf was not present at his death, one senses that he would not have spoken of Boromir as a failure. He would have remembered his courage, for Gandalf understood something essential. People are not defined solely by their weakest hour. This understanding shaped how he viewed all who faltered. The Witch King, defiance without hatred. When Gandalf stood before the Witch King of Angmar at the gates of Minas Tirith, it was a moment heavy with symbolism. Here was the chief servant of Sauron, ancient, corrupted, terrifying. Their confrontation was not merely physical,
It represented opposing philosophies. The Witch King embodied despair, weaponized. Gandalf embodied resistance, rooted in hope. Yet even here, Gandalf's posture was not one of personal hatred. He did not rage, he stood. There is profound emotional steadiness in that stance. Gandalf did not derive identity from defeating enemies. His identity was anchored elsewhere, in purpose, in compassion, in restraint. The Witch King's eventual fall came not by Gandalf's hand, but through the unexpected courage of Éowyn and Merry. And this too reflects Gandalf's relational legacy. He prepared others to confront darkness. He did not need to claim every victory. Samwise Gamgee, loyalty observed, not commanded. Though Gandalf's direct interactions with Samwise Gamgee are fewer than with Frodo, his influence on Sam's journey is quietly profound. Sam's loyalty was not trained by Gandalf, it was intrinsic, yet Gandalf recognized it early. When Frodo left the Shire, Gandalf entrusted Sam to accompany him. He knew that Frodo's endurance would require steady companionship. Gandalf's trust in Sam reveals his insight into character beyond appearances. Sam was not learned, he was not noble by title, but he possessed devotion unmarred by pride. In many ways, Sam's resilience validated Gandalf's lifelong conviction that small, overlooked beings often carry the greatest strength. Gandalf's relational wisdom lay in recognition. He saw deeply, and when he saw, he trusted. Gwaihir and the Eagles, aid without ownership. Gandalf's connection with Gwaihir, Lord of the Eagles, demonstrates yet another facet of his relational pattern. The Eagles aided him more than once, rescuing him from Orthanc, bearing him from Xirac Zigil after his battle with the Balrog. Yet Gandalf never treated them as servants. He did not summon them carelessly. Their assistance came through mutual respect and ancient alliance. This restraint reveals Gandalf's consistent ethic. Power, even borrowed power, must be used sparingly. He valued independence in allies. He did not exploit their strength for convenience. Relationships to Gandalf were partnerships, not resources. The Blue Wizards, absence and uncertainty. Though little is told of the two blue wizards who journeyed east, their absence is itself relationally significant. Gandalf did not seek dominance over his fellow Istari. He did not attempt to control their missions. He accepted divergence. This acceptance suggests emotional maturity. Not every bond requires constant presence to retain respect. Where Saruman's path diverged into corruption, Gandalf grieved. Where the blue wizards disappeared into obscurity, he did not chase them. He remained faithful to his own calling. Frodo's wound, shared sorrow. Perhaps the most poignant relational thread in Gandalf's story lies in his awareness of Frodo's lasting wound. When Frodo returned to the Shire after the ring's destruction, he could not fully heal. Gandalf understood this before Frodo spoke it aloud. The burden of bearing darkness leaves marks.
When Frodo chose to sail west, Gandalf did not argue. He facilitated it. There is deep compassion in that act. He recognized that some wounds cannot be mended in the place they were sustained. Their final parting at the Grey Favens is not dramatic, it is quiet. Gandalf does not cling, he does not weep openly. He stands beside Frodo as companion, not as commander. In that moment, their relationship completes itself, not teacher and pupil, not guardian and charge, but equals in shared suffering. The pattern beneath it all. Across every relationship, friend, rival, king, hobbit, eagle, wizard, a single pattern persists. Gandalf does not seek control, he seeks awakening. He does not demand loyalty, he inspires it. He does not destroy those who oppose him, unless necessity leaves no alternative. He grieves even enemies. This pattern is not accidental. It is the continuation of Olorin's education under Nienna, sorrow transformed into mercy. Gandalf's emotional evolution did not move from gentleness to severity. It moved from quiet gentleness to courageous gentleness. That distinction matters. A soft reflection, the wanderer who was never merely a wanderer. In Middle-earth, many figures shine with power. There are kings of Númenórean descent, elves older than the sun and moon, warriors whose names echo in halls of stone. Yet Gandalf does not first appear as any of these. He arrives as an old man in gray robes, weathered and wandering, walking dusty roads, listening more than he speaks. And yet his significance runs deeper than any throne. He represents something rare in epic tales: power restrained by humility, authority carried without domination, wisdom offered, never imposed. Gandalf's legacy is not merely in what he did, it is in how he did it. He does not seize rule, he does not gather armies under his own banner, he does not claim reward. He moves quietly between peoples, hobbits, men, dwarves, elves, encouraging courage in others rather than displaying it for himself. In a world tempted by domination, Gandalf embodies guidance. In a world fractured by pride, he embodies service. And in a world where many fall to the desire for control, he embodies restraint. The legacy in the world of Middle-earth. To understand Gandalf's legacy, we must look at how Middle-earth itself changes in his presence. He does not found kingdoms, he does not craft artifacts, he does not leave monuments. Yet without him, the world would not have turned as it did. Gandalf is the quiet hinge upon which the age turns. He sees what others overlook. He recognizes the growing shadow of Sauron when many dismiss it as rumor. He understands the danger of small corruptions before they bloom into catastrophe. He identifies unlikely strengths, especially in the humble Shire, long before others would have considered such a place significant. In doing so, he alters the trajectory of history, not through conquest, but through perception. His greatest legacy in the world of Middle-earth is this: he teaches Middle-earth to value the small. Hobbits, overlooked and underestimated, become central to the fate of all peoples. Courage is redefined, not as brute force, but as endurance, loyalty, and moral clarity. Gandalf does not defeat darkness alone. He makes it possible for others to rise. Without his guidance, alliances might never have formed. Distrust between races might have deepened. Fear might have fractured resolve. He strengthens the bonds between free peoples. And in doing so, he ensures that the world's defense against evil is not singular, but shared. This is crucial, for Gandalf understands something fundamental. Evil thrives where isolation reigns. So he builds connection, he builds trust, he builds understanding. And because of this, the final resistance against tyranny is collective. His legacy, therefore, is not a throne, but a network of courage. Middle-earth changes because its peoples learn to stand together. The moral center, power without possession.
One of the most striking elements of Gandalf's meaning lies in his relationship to power. In Middle-earth, power is seductive. Rings of authority corrupt, thrones tempt. Even noble figures falter when offered control over others. Gandalf, however, refuses possession. He declines rulership. He rejects domination. He resists even the temptation of wielding the One Ring, knowing that even his wisdom would twist under its influence. This refusal shapes the moral tone of the entire world. By turning away from power, he demonstrates that strength does not require ownership. He embodies a form of leadership that guides rather than commands. He gives counsel but leaves choice intact. He supports but does not override. In this way, Gandalf stands as a moral counterweight to Sauron. Where Sauron seeks control, Gandalf fosters freedom. Where Sauron centralizes power, Gandalf disperses it. Where Sauron dominates through fear, Gandalf inspires through hope. The world changes because Gandalf models a different philosophy of influence. He shows that wisdom must not enslave. He shows that knowledge must not conquer. He shows that light must not burn those it seeks to save. This philosophy leaves a deep imprint on Middle-earth's future. For when the Great War ends, no wizard claims the throne. No hidden master reveals himself as ruler. Instead, kingship is restored to those meant to bear it. Not because Gandalf desires it, but because he believes in rightful order. He steps aside, and that stepping aside may be his most powerful act. The emotional legacy, encouragement in dark hours. If we move from politics and philosophy to the emotional dimension, Gandalf's legacy becomes even more intimate. He is remembered not simply as a strategist, but as a presence of reassurance. When despair spreads, he does not deny the darkness. He acknowledges it. He understands its weight, yet he refuses to let despair define the future. This emotional resilience influences countless characters. He teaches them that fear can coexist with bravery, that doubt does not eliminate duty, that even in shadow, choice remains. His words are rarely grand declarations. They are often quiet reminders. There is a subtle but profound shift that occurs because of this. Middle-earth begins to believe that small acts matter, not just heroic charges, but steadfast endurance, not just glorious victories, but daily persistence. Gandalf reframes hope. Hope is not blind optimism. It is stubborn faith in the possibility of good, even when evidence seems scarce. Because of him, characters who might have surrendered instead persist. Because of him, the narrative tone of Middle-earth avoids nihilism. There is sorrow, yes, there is loss, but there is never utter meaninglessness. That emotional inheritance outlasts battles. Legacy in other characters. Let us now consider how Gandalf's meaning lives on in others. He does not merely shape events, he shapes people. In hobbits, he nurtures confidence.
He sees potential long before they see it in themselves. He treats them not as simple villagers, but as individuals capable of profound impact. In men, he encourages responsibility. He reminds them of ancient strengths, of forgotten dignity, of the courage embedded in their lineage. In dwarves and elves, he mediates pride. He fosters cooperation between cultures that history had strained. But perhaps most significantly, he influences leaders. He teaches that leadership is service. He demonstrates that authority must be tempered by humility. He models decision-making grounded in wisdom rather than ego. Even after he departs, this template remains.
The age that follows is not wizard-led, it is human-led, and that transition matters. Gandalf does not cling to relevance, he prepares others to continue without him. His legacy is not dependency, it is independence. He ensures that Middle-earth does not require constant supernatural intervention. It learns to stand on its own. The world after him. When Gandalf eventually leaves Middle-earth, he does not do so in defeat. He leaves because his work is complete. This departure signals something essential. The world has matured. The age of guidance gives way to the age of stewardship. His absence is not abandonment, it is fulfillment. The fact that he can depart peacefully suggests that the structures he nurtured are stable. Evil has not vanished permanently, but it no longer defines the age. His long-term consequence is balance. He did not eradicate darkness forever, he helped ensure that light would endure without him. This is a subtle but powerful distinction. Many heroes save the world, few leave it healthier than they found it. The meaning of the journey. If we gather these threads together, what does Gandalf ultimately represent? He represents guidance without control, wisdom without arrogance, power without possession, hope without denial. He represents the belief that even in vast mythic struggles, the smallest lives matter. He represents the idea that influence should liberate, not bind. And perhaps most importantly, he represents trust in others to rise when given the chance. His journey is not one of personal glory, it is one of facilitation. He is the gardener of courage. He cultivates it quietly in others, and when it blooms, he steps back. In this way, Gandalf's meaning transcends the narrative. He stands as a reminder that the greatest legacies are often invisible, not carved in stone, but etched in hearts. Otherwise, it is hollow. The world that emerges after the great conflict is not ruled by a tyrant disguised as a savior. It is governed by restored legitimacy and renewed responsibility. That outcome flows directly from Gandalf's moral clarity. He protects the soul of the world as much as its borders. The reframing of heroism. Before Gandalf's influence, Middle-earth often defines heroism through lineage and strength, ancient bloodlines, ancient weapons, ancient prophecies. Yet Gandalf shifts the focus. He identifies courage in the overlooked. He places trust in those without pedigree. He believes that endurance can outweigh grandeur. This redefinition ripples outward. Hobbits, once peripheral, become central. Their resilience reshapes history. Their loyalty challenges despair. Through Gandalf's faith in them, the narrative itself changes. Heroism is no longer reserved for the mighty. It belongs to those who persist. This philosophical shift outlives him.
The age that follows remembers not only kings and captains, but also gardeners and travelers. It remembers that the fate of the world once rested in small hands. That memory transforms cultural identity. The peoples of Middle-earth no longer dismiss the humble so easily. They have learned that greatness can be hidden beneath simplicity. Gandalf's legacy, therefore, is a democratization of courage. He expands the definition of who matters. Memory and myth. Within the story world, how is Gandalf remembered? He is not enshrined as a monarch. He leaves no dynasty. Yet his memory lingers in quiet reverence. He is spoken of as wise, as steadfast, as unpredictable yet trustworthy. Legends grow around him, stories of light in dark places, of counsel given at the brink of despair. But what is striking is that he does not become a cult of personality. He does not overshadow the age that follows. Instead, he becomes part of its foundation, a reference point. When future generations speak of courage, they recall his example. When they speak of guidance, they recall his patience. When they speak of humility paired with strength, they recall the old wizard who walked dusty roads. His memory functions not as idolization, but as orientation. He becomes a moral compass embedded in cultural consciousness. And because he departed willingly, without clinging to power, his absence feels natural, even peaceful. The world remembers him not with longing for lost control, but with gratitude for completed work. That is a rare kind of remembrance. It is the memory of someone who knew when to let go. Influence on leadership and governance. Another layer of Gandalf's legacy lies in the restoration of rightful rule. He does not seize authority after the war. He ensures it passes to the appropriate hands. This decision signals trust in human capacity. It also marks a transition in the metaphysical structure of the world. The earlier ages of Middle-earth were filled with direct interventions by higher beings, gods, demigods, angelic figures. By the time Gandalf departs, that era is ending. His work represents the final stage of divine mentorship. Afterward, responsibility rests firmly with mortals. This transition is crucial. It suggests that the world has matured. It no longer requires constant oversight. It can sustain itself through inherited wisdom and ethical memory. Gandalf's presence prepares the ground for this independence. He does not create dependence on magic. He cultivates resilience without it. Thus, the long-term consequences of his choices is a stable, human-led age. The world does not collapse once he is gone. It continues, quieter perhaps, less enchanted, but steadier. His departure symbolizes a hand gently removed from the shoulder of a grown child. The emotional atmosphere he leaves behind. Beyond politics and philosophy, there remains something intangible, an atmosphere. Gandalf leaves behind a world that understands sorrow without surrendering to it. He often acknowledged grief. He never promised that pain would vanish, yet he consistently affirmed that despair need not dictate action. This emotional realism becomes part of Middle-earth's cultural fabric. Hope is no longer naive optimism. It is endurance grounded in memory. The peoples remember that even overwhelming darkness was faced before and survived. That memory stabilizes future generations. It does not eliminate suffering, but it contextualizes it. Gandalf's emotional legacy is maturity, a calm strength, an ability to look into shadow without losing the will to act. That emotional resilience may be his quietest yet most profound gift. The meaning of his departure. When Gandalf sails west, it is not an escape, it is fulfillment. His mission was never to remain indefinitely. He came to assist, to counsel, to kindle courage. Once that task was complete, he leaves. His departure affirms that guidance must eventually yield to autonomy. He trusts Middle-earth to continue. That trust is itself a final act of faith. It says, "You are ready." The significance of this cannot be overstated. Many stories end with the hero ruling forever. This one ends with the hero stepping away. It is a narrative of transition, not domination, of mentorship, not mastery. And in that gentle exit lies the ultimate message. The purpose of wisdom is not to control the future. It is to prepare others for it. The larger symbol. If we step back even further, Gandalf symbolizes the possibility of light carried quietly. He is not flamboyant power, he is persistent illumination. He represents the idea that knowledge, compassion, and restraint can alter history as profoundly as armies. He teaches that greatness lies not in supremacy, but in stewardship. And through him, Middle-earth becomes a world where humility proves stronger than pride. His journey affirms that moral clarity must accompany strength, that leadership must serve rather than subdue, that even in mythic struggles, the most transformative force may be a patient voice saying, "You are capable. Stand firm. Do not give in to despair." That message echoes long after he is gone. The preservation of moral memory. One of Gandalf's most profound contributions to Middle-earth is something subtle. He preserves moral memory. Middle-earth is an ancient world. It carries the weight of lost ages, fallen cities, shattered alliances. Many of its peoples live in the shadow of decline. They remember former greatness, but often feel that such greatness can never return. Gandalf stands at the intersection of memory and renewal. He remembers the ancient struggles against darkness. He remembers how pride once led to ruin. He understands the patterns of history, and because he understands them, he refuses to repeat them. This awareness changes the world's trajectory. Rather than attempting to recreate a golden age through force, he supports restoration through humility. He encourages rulers to learn from the past rather than attempt to dominate it. He respects ancient traditions, but he does not idolize them blindly. In doing so, he helps Middle-earth transition from nostalgia to responsibility. The world no longer longs simply for what was, it begins to build what can be. That shift from mourning lost glory to shaping present courage is part of his lasting influence. He ensures that memory becomes wisdom, not paralysis. The balance between action and patience. Another dimension of Gandalf's meaning lies in his relationship to time. He is patient, sometimes frustratingly so. He waits, he observes, he gathers knowledge before acting. In a world where many rush toward confrontation, Gandalf often chooses delay, not out of fear, but out of understanding. He knows that premature action can strengthen darkness rather than weaken it. This discipline reshapes how events unfold. It teaches others that courage is not recklessness. It teaches leaders that timing matters as much as bravery. His patience prevents unnecessary catastrophe.
And when he does act, his actions carry weight because they are deliberate. The long-term consequence of this approach is stability. Middle-earth learns to act with intention. It learns that wisdom must precede force. This lesson endures beyond his presence. Future generations inherit not only freedom, but a model of thoughtful leadership. Gandalf's legacy, therefore, includes a cultural understanding that haste and heroism are not the same thing. The quiet restoration of dignity. In times of prolonged fear, dignity erodes. People shrink into survival mode. They doubt their worth. They forget their strength. Gandalf restores dignity wherever he travels. He treats hobbits with seriousness. He addresses kings as equals, not subordinates. He speaks to warriors and common folk alike with respect. This consistency reinforces a powerful idea. Worth is not determined by status. Because of him, characters who once doubted themselves begin to stand straighter.
They recognize that they are participants in history, not merely witnesses. That recognition transforms them. Dignity fuels responsibility. Responsibility fuels courage. Courage fuels action. The ripple effect is enormous. The defense of Middle-earth is not sustained solely by strategy. It is sustained by individuals who believe their actions matter. Gandalf's affirmation of dignity becomes the invisible engine of resistance. And that belief does not fade when he departs. It remains embedded in the culture, a quiet inheritance. The transformation of fear. Fear is a constant presence in Middle-earth. Darkness grows, armies gather, rumors spread. Gandalf does not deny fear. He does not mock it. He acknowledges it, but he reframes it. Fear, he suggests through word and example, is not a signal to surrender. It is a reminder of what must be protected. This reframing alters how others respond. Instead of being paralyzed, they become focused. Instead of being consumed, they become determined. Fear becomes a catalyst rather than a cage. That psychological transformation reshapes the emotional landscape of the world. Despair never becomes the dominant tone. Even in the most dire circumstances, there remains a quiet resistance to hopelessness. This emotional discipline is part of Gandalf's enduring mark. He models composure under threat. He demonstrates that panic strengthens darkness, while calm undermines it. Future generations inherit that emotional steadiness. They face uncertainty not with denial, but with clarity. And clarity, over time, becomes culture. The gentle end of the age of magic. There is another dimension to Gandalf's legacy that is often overlooked. With his departure, the age of overt magic recedes. The world becomes more ordinary, less enchanted, more human. This transition might seem like loss, but it is not decline, it is evolution. Gandalf's presence belonged to a time when guidance from higher powers was necessary. His departure signals that Middle-earth has grown capable of sustaining itself. The fading of magic does not represent abandonment, it represents trust. Trust that the lessons have taken root. Trust that wisdom has been internalized. Trust that moral clarity can survive without constant supervision. The world becomes quieter, but also freer. And in that quiet freedom, Gandalf's legacy becomes internal rather than external. No longer embodied in a wandering wizard, it lives in memory, in practice, in choice. The most enduring magic becomes ethical conviction.
And that is far more resilient than spells. The meaning beneath the staff and the gray robes. If we strip away the iconography, the staff, the robes, the fireworks, what remains? A teacher, a guardian, a witness to both the fragility and the resilience of living beings. Gandalf's journey suggests that influence does not require dominance, that greatness can be expressed through restraint, that guidance is most effective when it empowers rather than replaces. He represents the kind of authority that seeks no applause, the kind of strength that protects without possessing, the kind of wisdom that listens before speaking. These qualities reshape the moral framework of Middle-earth. They suggest that the highest calling is not to rule, but to serve, and when service is complete, to depart without regret. That departure, quiet, dignified, unforced, becomes the final affirmation of his character. He does not cling, he does not linger, he leaves because the world is ready, and readiness is the truest sign of successful guidance. How the world breathes after him. Imagine Middle-earth years after his departure. Children grow who never met him. Kings rule who once relied on his counsel. Stories are told of the old wizard who appeared when hope seemed thin. But daily life continues. Fields are planted, cities rebuilt, peace negotiated. The world breathes on its own, and that is his triumph. A legacy is strongest when it makes itself unnecessary. Gandalf's influence becomes background stability, a foundation, not a spotlight. People no longer wait for him to intervene. They act, they decide, they lead, because he once trusted them to do so. The world's confidence is his lasting gift. The quiet philosophy of light. Perhaps the simplest way to understand Gandalf's meaning is this: he carries light into darkness without attempting to become the sun. He does not erase night, he endures within it. His light is portable, shared, passed on. He never claims to be the source of all hope. He simply keeps hope alive long enough for others to see it in themselves. That philosophy reshapes Middle-earth more deeply than any battle. For when hope becomes internal, it cannot easily be extinguished. When courage becomes communal, it cannot easily be isolated. When dignity becomes habitual, it cannot easily be stolen. Gandalf's legacy is not brightness overwhelming shadow, it is steadiness within it, and steadiness endures. Hope that refuses to be loud. In many tales, hope arrives dramatically. Trumpets sound, armies crest hills, a banner rises at dawn. Gandalf's hope is different. It is patient, it is observant. It often speaks in measured tones. He rarely promises victory, he rarely assures safety. Instead, he affirms possibility. And possibility in a world threatened by despair is powerful. He teaches that hope does not require certainty, it requires commitment. This distinction alters the emotional texture of Middle-earth. Characters do not act because they know they will succeed, they act because they believe it is right to try. That shift from guaranteed triumph to principled effort becomes the moral backbone of the age. Gandalf's legacy, therefore, is not optimism, it is resilience grounded in meaning. The world learns that courage does not depend on outcome, it depends on choice. The preservation of freedom. One of Gandalf's most enduring contributions is invisible. He safeguards freedom at every level. He refuses the ring not merely to protect himself, but to protect the principle that no one, however wise, should wield absolute power. He counsels kings without ruling them. He advises warriors without commanding their wills. He inspires hobbits without dictating their decisions. In each interaction, he preserves autonomy. This preservation shapes the future profoundly. After the Great Conflict, Middle-earth does not become centralized under a single dominating authority. It becomes a tapestry of cooperating peoples. Different cultures retain their identities. Different leaders retain their responsibilities. Freedom survives not because it was demanded, but because it was respected. Gandalf's example teaches that unity does not require uniformity, that strength can exist without suppression. This lesson carries into the new age. The absence of tyranny becomes possible because restraint was practiced when temptation was greatest. The weight of responsibility. Gandalf never presents himself as flawless. He carries responsibility heavily. He worries, he questions, he acknowledges uncertainty. And in doing so, he humanizes leadership. This transparency affects those around him. They see that wisdom does not eliminate doubt. They see that courage does not erase fear. This honesty makes responsibility approachable rather than terrifying. Leaders who follow after him do not imagine themselves required to be infallible. They understand that imperfection and integrity can coexist. This may be one of his most understated legacies. He reframes authority as accountability. He demonstrates that bearing responsibility means accepting vulnerability. The world that follows him inherits a more realistic understanding of power. It is no longer mythic grandeur alone. It is careful stewardship. The echo in future generations. Years pass. Children hear stories of the wizard in gray who kindled fireworks and faced shadows without trembling. But the stories are not merely entertainment, they are instruction. They teach patience, they teach humility, they teach the value of listening. Gandalf becomes a symbol of guidance rather than dominance. In taverns and halls, in quiet homes and rebuilt cities, his name evokes trust, not awe, not fear, trust. And trust is the most durable foundation for cultural memory. His legacy becomes less about specific deeds and more about an attitude toward life. Remain curious, remain compassionate, remain courageous, even when the world seems uncertain, even when the path is unclear. That quiet echo shapes decisions long after the sound of his staff has faded from the roads. The completion of a cycle. There is something deeply satisfying about Gandalf's arc. He arrives when guidance is needed. He remains while growth occurs. He departs when maturity is achieved. This rhythm mirrors natural cycles. Seasons shift. Mentors teach and step aside. Parents raise and release. The world evolves. Gandalf's journey fits this pattern perfectly. He does not overstay. He does not cling to relevance. He recognizes completion. That awareness speaks to a deeper wisdom. Knowing when to withdraw is as important as knowing when to act. His departure prevents stagnation. It allows the new age to define itself. It ensures that the memory of his presence inspires rather than overshadows. And in that restraint lies grace. The quiet theology of service. At its core, Gandalf's meaning may be understood as service, not servitude, not submission, but chosen service. He does not arrive to elevate himself, he arrives to assist.
His power exists to protect. His knowledge exists to guide. His authority exists to strengthen others. This orientation shapes the moral compass of Middle-earth. The greatest figures of the New Age mirror this posture. Kings rule with responsibility. Leaders govern with consultation. Communities thrive through cooperation. The age of domination fades. The age of stewardship rises. And that transformation is inseparable from Gandalf's influence. He embodies a paradox. The one who could command chooses to serve. The one who could rule chooses to counsel. The one who could dominate chooses to empower. That paradox reshapes the very definition of greatness within the world. The silence after the story. Eventually, the ships depart. The horizon swallows their silhouettes. The road grows quiet. But silence does not mean absence. It means integration. Gandalf's legacy has woven itself into the fabric of Middle-earth. It no longer requires his physical presence. It lives in habits, in traditions, in moral instincts.
The world moves forward not as a realm rescued once, but as a realm transformed permanently. Darkness may rise again in different forms, yet the cultural memory of resistance remains. The knowledge that small hands once carried immense burdens remains. The understanding that power must be restrained remains. The belief that hope is stubborn remains. These are not fleeting victories, they are foundational shifts, and they endure. The atmosphere of conscience. In every age, there are moments when individuals stand alone with a decision. No army surrounds them. No mentor speaks in that instant. No prophecy clarifies the path. What guides them then is not power, it is conscience. Gandalf strengthens that inner compass wherever he goes. He does not command obedience, he awakens discernment. When he advises, he rarely says, "You must." He asks questions. He offers perspective. He leaves space for reflection. In doing so, he nurtures moral independence. This subtle cultivation becomes part of Middle-earth's future. People do not act merely because Gandalf told them to. They act because they have come to understand what is right. This is the difference between control and formation. Control fades when the controller departs. Formation endures. The atmosphere he leaves behind is one where individuals think carefully before wielding force, where leaders pause before acting in anger, where ordinary people remember that even small choices carry weight. The air itself feels steadier, and that steadiness is part of his unseen legacy. The gentle rehabilitation of trust. Dark ages fracture trust. Alliances collapse. Old grievances harden. Suspicion replaces cooperation. When Gandalf moves between peoples, he does more than carry messages. He rebuilds confidence. He reminds elves of men's resilience. He reminds men of dwarves' loyalty. He reminds all of them that shared danger requires shared resolve. Trust does not return instantly. It must be nurtured. Gandalf nurtures it patiently. He speaks across divides. He listens across differences. He validates fears without inflaming them. The result is not perfect harmony, but restored willingness, and willingness is enough. After he departs, those repaired bonds remain. Trade continues. Communication persists. Mutual defense becomes natural rather than reluctant. His legacy includes a social architecture capable of withstanding tension. He does not eliminate conflict.
He reduces fragmentation. That distinction matters. Unity built through coercion shatters when pressure lifts. Unity built through trust endures. The reconciliation of strength and mercy. Another thread in Gandalf's meaning is his refusal to separate strength from mercy. He is formidable, yet he advocates for pity when others would choose destruction. He understands that justice without compassion becomes cruelty. This balance reshapes the ethical tone of the age. Mercy becomes recognized not as weakness, but as discipline. Strength becomes recognized not as aggression, but as protection. Because of this integration, the war against darkness does not devolve into indiscriminate vengeance. The world that emerges afterward is not defined by bitterness. It carries scars, yes, but not corrosive hatred. That emotional equilibrium reflects Gandalf's influence. He does not glorify violence. He treats it as tragic necessity when unavoidable. And that sobriety prevents future generations from romanticizing war.
Peace becomes something to cherish, not merely the absence of enemies. This shift in attitude is quiet, but transformative. The restoration of wonder without illusion. Gandalf carries wonder with him, fireworks, ancient knowledge, unexpected humor. Yet his wonder is never escapism. He does not deny hardship. He does not pretend danger is unreal. Instead, he integrates joy into reality. This integration matters deeply. It teaches Middle-earth that enchantment and responsibility can coexist, that laughter need not vanish in serious times, that beauty still matters even when darkness looms. After he leaves, this balance remains. Festivals continue, songs are sung, stories are told. The world does not become somber and rigid, it becomes mature. It holds sorrow and celebration together. That emotional elasticity, the ability to feel deeply without breaking, is part of Gandalf's cultural imprint. He reminds the world that hope must be nourished, not merely defended. The humility of the final lesson. Perhaps the most profound element of Gandalf's journey is that he never claims authorship of the age's survival. He does not stand at the center of celebration. He does not insist on acknowledgement. He allows others to receive honor. This humility prevents myth from becoming distortion. He is remembered truthfully as guide, not savior. This matters because exaggerated hero worship can diminish collective effort. Gandalf's modesty protects the narrative integrity of the age. The victory belongs to many. The renewal belongs to many. The responsibility belongs to many. And that shared ownership strengthens society. No single figure becomes indispensable. That is his final protection against future tyranny. He leaves behind not dependency, but distributed strength, a world that does not wait for a wizard to rescue it again. The silence as completion. When the ships sail westward, the moment is quiet. There is no dramatic proclamation, no final command, only farewell. That simplicity reveals everything. He is at peace, the world is stable, the cycle has completed. His departure does not create panic, it creates gratitude, and gratitude is a powerful stabilizer. The age that follows is not defined by longing for his return. It is defined by confidence that his work was sufficient.
That confidence is perhaps the truest measure of success. He leaves knowing the world can endure without him. The world remains knowing it learned from him. The enduring shape of his light. If we imagine the moral silhouette Gandalf leaves behind, it looks something like this. A leader who guides without grasping, a guardian who protects without possessing, a teacher who empowers without overshadowing, a force for good that does not replace human choice. This silhouette becomes a pattern. Others imitate it, not perfectly, but earnestly. The world's moral imagination has been reshaped. It now recognizes that authority must answer to conscience, that power must serve life, that courage may dwell in unlikely hearts. These recognitions persist, and persistence is legacy. A final reflection before rest. So now, as the road grows quiet and the stars settle overhead,
we consider what Gandalf ultimately represents. He is not simply wisdom. He is wisdom in service. He is not simply power. He is power restrained. He is not simply hope. He is hope sustained through endurance. He changed Middle-earth not by ruling it, but by preparing it, not by dazzling it, but by steadying it, not by remaining forever, but by leaving at the right time. And in that graceful departure lies the final lesson. The greatest legacy is not being remembered as indispensable. It is being remembered as formative. Gandalf's journey teaches that the highest calling is to kindle strength in others and then trust them to carry it forward. And so we let the story rest here. The wizard has gone west. The world continues, quieter, wiser, balanced, and somewhere within it, in every patient act of courage, in every restrained use of power, in every choice made with humility, his light still lingers, not loudly, not dramatically, but steadily, and that steady light is enough.